Hello everyone and welcome to the stream. Today is another little round of Limbus Company for an hour or so, and then I'm gonna dive into World of Warcraft, playing a bit around there. For starters, I wanted to do the daily stuff on the Battle Pass, but then I remembered I played beyond the reset time yesterday. The daily stuff is actually already cleared. So instead, we are gonna go and dive right into a new story in Canto 2. Us wasn't all that lively. But here Rodia's occasional quips or Heathcliff starting pointless quarrels with someone, probably Don Quixote or Sinclair, and Ryushu's demanding a source of heat to light a cigarette, having run out of lighter fluid. Amidst the gripes and disorder, Gregor was pretty much the only sinner I could rely on to willingly turn the mood around. Now he was one of the quietest. He was just staring out through the window, seemingly lost in deep thought. One thing was for sure. If anyone were to blame for trashing the mood on the bus, it'd be Vergilius. The road to the Golden Bow was an awfully arduous one, putting us on the brink of death and some past that several times, not to mention the occasions when we almost ended up unemployed. Yet Vergilius refused to see from our perspective. Given the circumstances, it's only natural for our sinners to be palpably disgruntled. Tired of the silent treatment, Ishmael spoke up.
이제 다음 장소는 어디인지 정도는 말해줘야 되는 거 아닌가요?
실례했군. 너희에게 임무를 설명해줄 가치가 있을지 고민하던 참이었어.
나 서운해지려고 해. 기대에 못 미치는 자식일수록 더 품어야 된다는 거 몰라?
간곡히 부탁하건대 이번만큼은 망신을 시켜주지 않으면 좋겠어. 오합지졸을 데리고 소풍 가는 교사로 보이고 싶진 않으니까. 특히 우리 로지온에겐 기대가 더욱 커. 이번엔 훌륭한 가이드가 되어줄 수도 있을 것 같으니까.
This is gonna be Rodia's story.
응? 내가 대단하다는 건 알고 있지만 모르는 곳까지 가이드하기에는.
걱정 마. 익숙하다 못해 친숙한 곳일 테니. 돈에 잠길 수도 말라 죽을 수도 있는 환락의 둥지.
Hey Sunshower, welcome to the stream.
제이사다.
How are you doing today? Great, even Rodia has gone quiet now.
이참에 한탕 두둑하게 챙겨보는 것도 나쁘지 않겠지. 야, 도착하면 아무나 깨워라.
공교롭게도 이번엔 지부 앞까지 모셔다 두진 못하게 되었습니다, 손님. 카론, 정차. 카론?
정차가 뭐야?
멈추란 뜻이다.
멈추는 건 빨간색. 카론이 맛없어 하는 빨간색.
I think it's just a boring day. Well, maybe my stream can help out with that a bit. Grumbling, Charon hit the brakes without warning, sending most of the sinners flying face first into the seats ahead, and flinging others off theirs. I was, of course, powerless against the inertia. A cacophony of complaints and shouts erupted. Although I didn't get to hear the sinners' ramblings in clear detail. I'm willing to bet a good half of them were profanities, or so maybe I'm better off not knowing.
힘이 넘치는 건 좋군. 내려.
목적지까지는 한참 남았던데. 택시를 불러줄 건가요?
파우스트 씨가 자세히 설명해 주겠지만 이번엔 지난번 임무와는 많은 차이가 있을 겁니다, 단테. 왜냐하면 이번엔 황금가지를 탈환해야 할 곳은 카지노의 지하니까.
설마 저 골목 한가운데에 있는 번쩍번쩍한 건물들인가?
그래, 저것들 중 하나다.
지난번 잠입했던 로보토미 지부는 오랫동안 방치된 곳이었죠.
그럼 그게 특수한 경우였다는 뜻인가요?
이렇게 보면 머리를 굴릴 줄 아는 직원이 없는 것도 아닌데, 이전 작전은 왜 그렇게 무참하게 망쳤을까?
He is really harsh on them.
황금 가지는 많은 기술이 응축된 강력한 에너지원이다. 강한 에너지는 자연스럽게 돈과 사람들을 불러오고 순식간에 그 위에 문명이 생겨버리지.
그렇기에 이후로 방문할 곳도 다른 집단들이 자리를 메우고 있을 가능성이 크죠. 또한 카지노 외에 온갖 곳들을 방문해야 한다는 뜻이기도 합니다.
처음 임무는 비교적 쉬운 편이었다는 뜻이기도 하지. 멋들어지게 실패해버렸지만.
Does he usually hold grudges that long?
모르지. 단테나 우리나 봤던 기간은 별반 차이가 없으니까. 뭐라 그랬지? 림버스 컴퍼니에 입사한 걸 환영한다. 나는 안내자 베르길리우스라고 하지. 라면서? 방금 되게 잘 따라하지 않았어?
그러고 보니 무게를 엄청 잡긴 했지. 입사하자마자 퇴직원을 내도 되는지 물어볼 뻔했다니까.
I get the feeling the rest of you thought the same.
무슨 소리요? 그것은 역사적인 날이었지. 특색 해결사 붉은 시선의 부름을 받는다는 건 정말이지 영광스러운.
그래도 한 명 정도는 팬이 있었나 봐.
그러게나 말이야.
Wait, going by what Don Quixote said, is Vergilius one of the color fixers? The spirits lifted. Rhodia and Gregor began to chuckle.
다들 말이 필요 이상으로 많군. 버스 안에서의 세 번째 규칙을 만들고 싶게 하진 않았으면 좋겠는데.
아, 그 직원들끼리 상사 욕 좀 할 수 있지. 되게 째째하네.
다음엔 째째한 내가 듣지 못하는 곳에서 해줬으면 좋겠어. 난 보기보다 상처를 잘 받거든. 다들 이만 하차하지. 이번엔 부디 황금가지를 든 채로 만나게 되면 좋겠군.
Welcome, Fumo. How are you doing today?
이번에도 실패하면 어떻게 할 건데?
혹시 모르지. 카론이 갑자기 개폐 버튼을 잊어버려서. 문이야.
버튼 빨간색. 맛없는 색이야.
이것은 미친놈.
네, 뭐
네모가 뭔데?
내리자 머저리들 이란 뜻이다.
Even better with my stream. Ah, thanks, Fumo. Glad to hear that your day is going good. Heathcliff glared at Ryushu, insults welling up in his throat, only to then expel a loud sigh. He resigned uncharacteristically, as if he came to the realization that killing her wouldn't solve anything. Also, killing her on the bus would make Vergilius very mad at him. Okay, let's see. Boys. She perhaps have lead? No, that's Tremor. Then we can stay like that.
따라갈 준비는
Let's go to battle.
계획을 설명드리죠. 황금가지에 도달하기 위해서 최우선이 되어야 할 건 전원 카지노 무사 잠입입니다. 저희가 알아낸 정보에 의하면 입구는 총 3개가 존재해요. 일반 손님들이 출입하는 문과 VIP들만 이용 가능한 전용 통로. 마지막 저희는 각 입구에 한 조씩 4명은 카지노 딜러, 4명은 일반 손님, 4명은 VIP 손님으로 위장한 후 흩어져서 출입을 할 겁니다.
확실히 집단으로 다닐수록 눈에 띄지.
무리 짓는 것보단 흩어지는 것이 적당하오.
누가 어떤 역할을 맡을지는 나눠드린 봉투를 열어서 확인하세요. 그리고 이번 작전에서마저도 황금가지 탈환에 실패할 경우 앞으로의 계획에 큰 차질이 생길 거라는 윗선의 우려가 있었어요. 그래서 이번엔 합동작전으로 갑니다.
Joint operation.
보다 전문적이고 노련한 이들로 이루어진 림버스 컴퍼니 특수부대. 지금은 LCC, 클리어 부서라고 불리던가요? 잠입작전에서만큼은 저희보다 우수하다고 말할 수 있을 겁니다.
이미 이 정도로도 충분히 많다고 생각하는데요.
숫자가 중요한 게 아니라는 사실을 드디어 깨달았나 봐.
우와, 다른 부서를 보는 건 처음이네요. 어디 계시나요?
Time to show that I have gotten better since the last operation. I'll try my best, Fillmore. Honglu looked around, expecting Faust to bring them forward for introductions any second. Needless to say, no one showed up like he expected.
우린 전당포로 갑니다.
요새도 그런 가게들이 있나?
이곳은 전당포의 거리라고도 불릴 만큼 대부분의 가게가 전당포를 겸하고 있어요. 저 가게가 합류 지점이에요. 들어가죠.
Let's go.
떨거지는 잘라낸다. 위원을 갖추는
지금으로 참
침묵. 가족을 위해
Let's go some more.
따뜻. 위원을 갖추는 제대로 무너져라.
정화.
Yeah, that's the manager of La Mancha Land. By the way, since managers are newer ID, she got a clashable counter. Her defense counter can clash. Oh, that's interesting.
그 너무 우르르 들어오는 거 아니요? 가뜩이나 좁아 터진 가게구만.
So that's her, like, defense move, the clashable counter.
트럼프로 볼 거요? 아니면 마작점으로 볼 거요?
As we entered the shop, we were met with the gruff greeting of an old pawnbroker.
저게 뭐라는 거냐?
Yes, so it is. Okay, then maybe I'll need to try it out. Need to defend myself for once.
저만 제2사 안내 책자 읽어온 거예요? 베르길리우스 씨가 떠나기 전에 한 번씩 읽어보라고 했잖아요.
뭐 표지 정도는 봤던 것 같기도 하고.
이곳에서는 그날 하루의 운에 따라서 받을 수 있는 지불금도 달라져요. 대복이면 값을 더 치러주겠지만 흉에 가까워질수록 본전도 못 건지게 되는 거죠.
아, 그러고 보니 우리 집은 아예 점을 보는 사람들을 정식으로 고용하기도 했어요. 집을 나오기 직전에 봤던 점에 대복을 뽑았는데 이렇게 다 같이 만날 운명을 암시한 거였나 봐요.
와, 유복한 집에서 신선 노름이나 해왔던 게 당신의 운명이라니. 저도 다음에는 그런 운명으로 태어나길 기도해야겠네요.
난 사양이야. 저런 놈들이 알고 보면 더 더럽게 노는 법이거든.
그럴 수도 있겠네요. 저도 어렸을 때부터 제 동생하고는 같이 놀기 싫었던 것 같아요. 맨날 반칙을 쓰면서
아니 내가 말한 건 그런 뜻이 아니고.
다들 좀 볼 거야 말 거야. 그런데 시방 저당 잡을 걸 가지고 있긴 한 거요? 다들 행색이.
Pawnbroker glanced over each sinner with a dubious look until his eyes landed on me.
저 시계머리는 값이 되긴 하겠군.
Don't pawn off my head.
얼마로 예상하는데 영감?
Rudia, I'm not for sale.
연락 받으셨을지 모르겠지만 저희는 림버스 컴퍼니 소속으로
Unfortunately, neither the sinners nor the pawnbroker were paying any attention to Faust's words.
이 손수건은 집 나올 때 가져왔던 건데요.
오, 비단에 용자수를 놓았군. 바늘땀이 꼼꼼한 게 이 정도면 700만 원?
그깟 천조각이 그렇게 비싸다고? 눈이 썩어버린 거 아니야 영감?
Whoever thought that putting 12 people who are totally individualistic and at least 90% of them just caring for their own life would work together well.
뭐? 이런 고급품을 못 알아본. 아휴, 그런 고물 반지나 끼고 있으니.
뭐라고 했냐? 야, 잠깐 비켜봐! 야!
아우 시끄러. 단테, 얘네 좀 조용히 시켜줘.
걱정했잖아요, 파우스트.
Truly a limb family. Yeah, indeed, Fumo. Amidst the chaos, a most gentle voice softly landed on my ears.
보기로 한 시간은 4시였는데 15분이나 지나버려서 당신이 시계 보는 법을 까먹었을 리는 없을 테고요. 그렇죠? 네. 버스를 운전한 건 제가 아니니까요.
아하, 그래서 이런 시계 인간까지 데리고 다니는 거야? 알람 기능까진 없었나 보네.
The gentle voice was soon followed by one that didn't even attempt to hide their disdain. Come on, that's a little harsh. Let's try to leave better first impressions. I know my voice won't be heard by anyone other than the sinners, but I still can't help but get upset at rude remarks.
너야? 이번에 황금가지 탈환 작전 말아먹은 애들. 도시에서 손꼽힌다는 천재가 속한 팀이라길래 주위에서 기대가 많았는데.
어쩐지 파우스트 씨 표정이 계속 안 좋아 보이던데. 제 표정은 항상 동일했어요.
야, 넌 왜 가만히 있어? 얘도 나름 두뇌파야. 무시하지 말라고.
Heathcliff gave Yi-sang a sideways glance, but what he got in response was lukewarm.
무의미한 자랑이기 때문이요.
너 지하에서만 해도 말 많지 않았냐? 왜 갑자기 또 이상해진 거야?
본인은 본래부터 이상이었소만.
됐다.
첫 번째 임무는 애초에 실패를 염두에 둔 계획이었어요. 각자의 잠재력을 확인하는 시간이 필요했으니까.
그랬던 거였어?
처음부터 목표가 실패인 작전이라니. 작전이라고 부르기도 못하군.
베르길리우스님은 어디 갔죠? 전 그분 얼굴이라도 뵐 수 있을까 싶어서 작전에 합류하겠다고 한 건데요.
He stayed on the bus because he didn't want to meet you.
그분도 쪽팔렸겠지. 이런 애들이랑 같이 다닌다고 생각해봐.
그 자식 일부러 멀찌감치 내려준 거였나? 우리가 쪽팔려서?
왜 비하 발언에는 반박을 아무도 안 하는 건데요? 그리고 자기소개라도 해야 잘난 척이든 허세든 의미 있어진다는 거 몰라요?
이번에 합동 작전을 하게 될 분들이에요. 림버스 컴퍼니 클리어 부서 ACC에서 오셨습니다.
비포팀까지 붙여주시죠. 아, 전 소드고 이 사람은 에피랍니다.
뭐 우리가 박수라도 쳐줘야 되는 거.
우와, 반가워요.
Honglu really can't read the room. Honglu was the only person on the team welcoming them with total sincerity. He almost even gave a standing ovation. A good half of the rest stared at the two with cold eyes and the others worry until introductions were finished.
카니발 그 자체를 대표할 만한 퍼레이드였어. 주인공 의상이 오늘따라 한층 더 돋보이는군. 누구 작품이겠나?
자, 이번 작전은요. 저희가 숟가락으로 떠먹여 줄 테니까 그냥 입을 벌려서 골고루 씹기만 하면 된답니다.
Honglu is a special case. That's right on so many levels, Fumo.
여기 봉투에 든 문서들 확인하시고 거기에 적혀 있는 대로 그대로만 하면 돼요.
The way Sword dragged out that vowel needled me a bit, but I decided not to argue. Even if I did, the ticking of a clock would be all she'd hear.
뭐야? 말로는 공조라면서 함께할 생각은 전혀 없고 그냥 뒷공문이나 쫓아오라는 소리군.
자존심 상하네. 이것들이 누구를 모지리로 알아? 관리자님, 이거 그대로 두고 봐. 두고 되겠네?
Oh, what did Ishmael find in those documents? Huh?
얘네들이 준 문서요. 완벽해요. 이것 봐요. 동선까지 전부 들어있어요. 이렇게 깔끔하고 체계적으로 쓰여있는 문서는 정말 오랜만에 보는데요.
확실히 제대로 된 작전 계획을 써봤던 티가 나는군. 물론 관리자님의 계획성에 비하면 발끝에도 못 미치지만.
Convinced by Ishmael's commendation, I opened the envelope and carefully read the rundown of the operation. The goal could be summarized as the following. Reach the top floor of the casino. The main reason behind organizing this plan was the first place prize for the table game to be held today. According to the papers, winning the competition held on the top floor of the casino is the only way to gain access to the area with the golden bow. 4 syndicates that jointly bid on the casino will be playing in this game of chance. Of the 4, we will be using the name of the infamous Ting Tang Gang.
이름이 조직의 성격까지 대변해주진 않아요. 얕은 편견일 뿐이죠.
편견이라는 색깔 안경을 구태여 끼우는 것은 이상적이지 아니하오.
Right. Back to the plan, we'll disguise as the boss of the Ting Tang Gang and win that game of chance. Afterwards, we have to go to the underground floors where the golden bow lies. Leading up to the game, we'll use the items and clothing we can find in pawn shops to disguise our given roles, enter the casino and wait for the team on the top floor to win the game. That's about it for the outline of this plan, I think. Hey, wait a second. Won't this entire thing fall apart if our player doesn't win?
혹시나 할 때를 대비해서 위조 신분증까지 준비해 놨답니다. 카지노에서 불시에 신분 검사를 할 수도 있으니까.
좋아. 다 좋은데 꼭대기층의 갬블에서는 어떻게 이길 작정이야?
Oh, welcome to the stream. I'm doing okay. How are you doing today? I guess you're in the mood for some ara. Can't believe that you people like to redeem that so often.
우리의 복장을 보면 감이 잡히지 않아? 카지노 딜러로 자연스럽게 섞이기 위해 몇 개월을 연습했지.
ara.
알아서 좋은 패를 넘겨줄 거야. 눈만 멀쩡히 달려 있으면 이기는 건 걱정할 필요도 없지.
He mumbled the last part to himself again while casting a sidelong scowl at our group. Bad man. Oh, you're doing bad, okay? That's not so nice to hear. Does it have to do with your decision you told me about last time when you were around? Making it painfully obvious he has no faith in us.
콩콩이 버튼목으로는 어떻게 위장할 건데?
카지노에서 제공되는 식사에 수면제를 섞을 거예요. 주방장이랑도 이미 얘기가 끝났답니다.
수면제.
Sword and Effie winked at each other. It was a gesture demonstrating that the two were ideal partners, able to tell each other's thoughts just from exchanging glances.
사장님, 진열 때 여기서부터 저기까지 물건들 좀 보고 있을게요.
네? 아이고, 예, 그러면요. 찬찬히 둘러보세요.
Bad week. 36 to 39 degrees Celsius. Full gear, no good combo. Yeah, I can imagine that. That is really not a good combination. Though, to be honest, 39 degrees Celsius outside with anything is not a good combination. But that is pretty much one of the worst combinations. Of the bad ones. Hope you can get some rest then and maybe cool down some kind of way. I gotta wait till middle 26 when your service time in the army ends. Ah, okay. I see. Well, do your best until then, and I hope you talked to your wife about that decision and you both came to some kind of good conclusion. For that, no police. Yeah, I understood that. The pawnbroker's attitude took a sharp turn from disdainful to kowtowing.
그럼 다들 진열장에서 알맞은 물건을 가져가죠.
우와, 이거 구프샤 디자이너가 제작했던 브로치죠?
야, 이걸 알아보시는 분이 계실 줄이야. 저희 전당포의 대들 보입죠. 10개밖에 제작이 안 되어서 아마 부르는 게 값이.
저희 집 강아지가 산책할 때마다 끼고 다니는 목줄 장식이었어요. 아, 다시 보니까 너무 반갑네요.
Honglu is really a nutcase.
나는 이 소가죽으로 만든 장갑이 탐나는데 이걸 샀던 녀석은 아마 패션 센스가 남달랐을 것 같아.
봉투에 적혀 있는 대로 가져가세요. 각자 맡은 역할이 있답니다.
이보시오! 내 봉투에는 청소부라고 써져 있는데 뭔가 착오가 있는 것 같소만?
좋아, 다 좋은데 돈은 어떻게 지불할 작전이야?
격떨어지게 예산 걱정을 왜 하는 거야? 이 블랙 카드로는 못 긁는 게 없어.
단테, 어떻게 된 거야? 툭불 고기는 예산 딸려서 못 먹는다며.
수준 이상의 성과를 보이는 부사에겐 회사에서 한도 없는 카드를 준다는 소문이 사실이었군요.
Maybe that makes them all work better, so that we can get the company card with no limit and buy whatever we want. While everyone was shocked by the proven existence of a fabled black card, a loud voice came from outside.
어이 할배, 오늘까지 자리세 내야 한다는 거 나만 아는.
Someone who clearly belongs to a vicious syndicate entered the pawn shop.
한 번만 봐주십시오. 다음에는 꼭 납부하겠습니다.
한 번? 할배, 덧셈도 못해? 지난번에도 똑같이 말했잖아. 내가 놓친 내 숫자 공부 봐주느라 형님한테 깨져야겠어.
저같이 힘없고 몸도 성치 않은 노인네한테 뽑아먹을 게 무엇이 있다고?
Pleading with an overly loud voice, the pawnbroker looked at us.
이제는 큰 소리를 치네. 화내봐, 화내. 그래야.
In a way, he looked like he was covertly begging us to help him, based on his expression. Sinner's attention was naturally drawn to the ongoing row.
거기 뭘 봐? 구경 났냐?
와, 진짜 전형적인 대사라서 대꾸하고 싶지도 않았어요. 좀 더 창의적인 시비를 걸 순 없는 걸까요?
저희가 도와줘야 하는 거 아닐까?
Unlike Ishmael, who scoffed at the goon, Sinclair anxiously glanced over.
어쩔 수 없답니다. 뒷골목은 뒷골목 나름대로의 규율이 존재하고 그것들이 얼기설기 엮여서 돌아가는 구조니까요. 우리 같은 외지인들이 어설프게 개입을 하면 눈에만 띌 뿐이에요.
Pleased by the sinners choosing to stay away, the goon continued with the extortion.
돈이 없으면 그거를 내놓으면 되잖아. 몇 번이나 말했는데.
그것만은 안 됩니다. 제발.
Is it really okay to leave them be?
영폭이 그러시면 제가 나설까요, 관리자님?
그런데 그거라는 게 뭐지?
이곳엔 돈보다 더 가치 있는 재화가 존재해요. 제2사의 특이점은 무엇이든 잠글 수 있는 강력한 보안 기술이죠. 하지만 그런 보안 기술이 생겨난 데에는 제2사 뒷골목에 오래된 문화와 역사를 바탕으로 하고 있어요.
역사? 너 지금 그걸 여기서 설명하겠다는 말이야? 난 입사 조건에 공부까지 있는 줄 몰랐다고.
Despite of the opposition, Faust went on with the explanation.
이곳에선 사람들의 소망력을 추출해낼 수 있는 기술이 사용되고 있어요. 특이점으로 승인되기에는 보편성이 다소 떨어져서 대중적으로 알려지진 않았지만 일종의 운을 사고 파는 거예요. 화폐처럼. 이 소망력을 무력으로 추출당하지 않기 위해 어느덧 이를 방어하는 보안 기술까지 생겨나고 만 거죠. 그게 지금의 특이점으로 이어진 거고요.
야, 파우스트. 이놈들한테 눈높이 교육시키느라 고생이 많겠다.
염두에 두고 있었던 일이라 괜찮아요.
그 말투 무진장 거슬리는데.
자, 그럼 우린 진열대에 있는 적당한 물건들을 각자 집은 다음에 여길 벗어나자고요.
Lord flapped the document full of scheduled plans to emphasize that we'd be busy.
우린 일개 회사원이지 정의를 위해 나서는 히어로가 아니잖아요.
Wait, not that word. A bad feeling rushing through my head prompted me to count the sinners I could see. That does not align with a certain someone's beliefs. It's one that would severely provoke her principles. Ishmael seems to have noticed what I meant and hurriedly looked around.
남의 귀중품을 함부로 약탈하려 하다니! 필시 악인의 행동이라고밖에 볼 수 없다.
They have unleashed the Don Quixote. Oh no, Don Quixote. It was a moment too late. Don Quixote had already sprinted forward and was swinging her lance at the Ting-Tanger, who gripped the pawnbroker by the collar. Whack. Caught completely unaware, the goon was hit right on the head with the blunt side of her lance. Knocked out on the floor in a frisky swing, the fainted goon became the center of attention for all of us inside the pawn shop for a solid minute.
참고로 수감자들을 통제하는 역할은 제게 주어진 업무에 포함되지 않았어요. 이쪽 분의
Don't give me that look. There's nothing in my abilities to keep her under control. I couldn't stop myself from defending my position, even when I was aware that my voice wouldn't reach anyone besides the sinners. Oh well, it's not like my defense would have made them look any less baffled towards me if they could hear it. pawnbroker was the only one chuffed by this turn of events.
아이고 그놈 꼴 좋네요. 하지만 살짝 더 세게 내리쳤어도 좋았을 법했습니다.
베르길리우스가 악인을 처단하는 건 상관없지만 작전의 인물들까지 끌어들이면 곤란해질 거다 라고 해서 말이요. 힘 조절을 했다네.
Proud expression never looked so provoking. So you remembered his words and still leapt forward.
신념을 지켜야 하기에 어쩔 수 없었네. 부디 이해해주게나.
그런데 이놈 설마 죽은 건 아니겠지요?
영감, 방금 전까지는 아쉬워하지 않았어?
그건 그렇지만 이러다 유로지비가 나서면 여러모로 복잡해지지 않습니까?
유로집이? 걔네가 왜 여기에? 아니, 그보다 걔네 걱정을 왜 하는 거야?
아이고 소식도 듣는구만요. 벌써 몇 개월 전부터 이 근처에서 깽판을 치고 있는데.
그들도 악당인가?
아유, 저희한테는 악당이죠. 뭐라 그랬더라? 돈을 공치고 있는 장사치들을 조져서 힘든 사람에게 나눠야 한댔나? 뭐의 분배라 하던데.
부의 재분배.
아, 맞아요. 그거. 아유, 우리들이 무슨 돈이 있다고. 심지어 자기들이 와서 그러는 것도 아니에요. 매번 이 지역 깡패들을 시켜서 그러고 다니다니까요. 하여간 지들이 옳은 일 한답시고 기세등등하게 다녀서 힘들어요. 처음에는 뭘 찾으려고 하는 것 같았는데 이제는 돈이나 뺏고.
근데 말이야, 우리 피해야 하지 않을까? 콩콩이 파들이 들이닥칠지도 모르는데.
With mere salt words since his introduction. Yeah, I was thinking that as well, Fumo. But I was more like, is it just Mersol's thing to pop out for one sentence and then drop off again? Like being in the background the whole time, just waiting for this one moment when he can drop some kind of sentence, some kind of wisdom, and then he's just like, yeah, I've done my part. It's your turn now. Seemed like Rhodia deliberately cut off the pawnbroker in a hurry, but I had little time to think about the implications. The gang member Don Quixote had knocked out began to flinch as though to get back up soon.
골치 아프게 쓸데없이 일만 벌려서는.
아니 봐, 머핀과 소보를 했나? 그 너무 표정국이지 말라고. 놀려 있는 게 전당포잖아. 얼마든지 대체를.
Muffin and sable.
에피랑 소드예요. 사람 이름을 맛있게 만들어 주시지는 않았으면 좋겠어요. 그리고 널려 있는 게 전당포라는 뜻은 다시 말해 이 소동을 눈치챈 모든 전당포가 곧 문을 닫을 거라는 소리랍니다.
Don Quixote.
바보들한테 일일이 설명하기도 이제 지친다. 얼른 나가자.
Right as I tried to leave, someone wearing similar thuggish clothes to the one we just knocked out, with a face that looked just as rough, stormed into the shop.
영감, 우리 막내 보지 못해. 비실아, 이게 다 무슨 일이냐?
We did our best to pretend to be innocent customers who just happened to be in the pawn shop at the wrong time. However, in an unfortunate concurrence of events, the goon came back to senses.
새끼야, 어서 말해. 내가 아주 사지를 찢어줄란게.
저기 빨간 시계 대가리.
Why is he pointing me out and not Don Quixote? Hello White Knight, welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing good today and can enjoy your time here a bit. The direction that finger was pointing was simply too unambiguous for me to pretend otherwise. Plus, there's no point in denying that I was meant by Red Time Puss. I'm sure there would be literally no one else matching that description in this entire district.
노파심에 덧붙이지만 저는 전혀 모르는 일입니다. 이제 막 얼음찜질을 해드리려고 수건을 가지고 가려던 참이었습죠.
And he's just pushing the blame on us.
저 노인네가 진짜.
기대도 안 했지만 줏대라고는 바람에 흔들리는 갈대만도 못하네요.
Though the pawnbroker switching sides in a heartbeat and the finger-pointing clock slander over something I wasn't responsible for too hurt me a little, I was determined to stand firm.
여기 작것들. 스톱. 동작 그만.
Mostly because it was clear that we had to run right now. If I kept letting small things bother me, I would be reduced to pulp sooner rather than later.
뭘 도망쳐? 귀찮은데 그냥 다 죽이자.
왜? 아주 콩콩이 팔을 뿌리째 뽑아내자고 하지?
그것도 나쁘지 않겠어.
악의 무리는 단숨에 뿌리를 뽑아야 정의가 바로 서는 법.
저기, 너희 중엔 정신이 똑바로 박혀있는 직원이 정말 없는 거야?
I think the one most in her right mind is Charon. Ishmael looked insulted by this remark and seemed to be thinking of a counter-argument, but the Ting Tang goons arming themselves were a more pressing matter. Let's get out of here first.
따라갈 준비는 끝났습니다.
As Thought predicted, all the pawnbrokers were busy closing their street entrances to avoid trouble.
새끼들아, 거기다가 안 멈추냐? 너희 작것들이 우리 가족을 건들고 무사히 넘어갈 것 같냐?
저런 집단들은 왜 꼭 서로를 가족이라고 부르죠? 없던 유대감을 쥐어짜내야 하니까?
우리 소중한 막내 동생 이마에 혹이 생겨버렸잖아.
At least we didn't kill him.
맙소사. 이런 건 계획에 없었는데.
As he clutches his forehead as if it were aching. I thought about goading him to keep some headache pills at hand if this was enough to cause him pain, but I refrained. My lack of a head would have made the message far less impactful anyway.
어이 너희들, 이제까지 우리들을 쓸모없는 버러지처럼 취급했었지? 폐기물들을 모아놓은 하수장이라고 생각했잖아.
아무도 그렇게까지 말하진 않았어, 오티스.
하지만 왜 우리 부서가 황금가지를 탈환하는 막중한 임무에 놓였는지 이유가 궁금하지 않았나?
뭔데?
Even if he seemed to be taken aback by Otis' imposing
비록
attitude.
다른 자들이 오수 속에 절여진 폐기물이라는 건 동감한다만
글쎄, 그렇게 생각하는 건 당신뿐이라니까.
오티스 씨는 항상 저희를 그런 시선으로 바라보셨던 거군요.
나는 무전무패의 역사를 가지고 있고 관리자님은 불사에 가까운 치유를 할 수 있는 소생 능력을 지니고 있으시지. 사실 둘만 있어도 충분해. 베르길리우스 그 작자는 나와는 생각. 어쨌든 아무리 무수한 전투를 치러도 폐기물들은 폐기되지 않는다. 폐기물인 채로 그대로 부활할 뿐이다.
Otis is really raining down the insults on the whole group of sinners.
멋지다는 듯이 말하긴 했지만 결국 저희를 쓰레기 취급하는 것뿐이었네요.
뭐 저리들.
적군들이 몰려오는군. 준비되셨습니까, 관리자님?
Do some battling. Ooh, I haven't seen that move before. Must be the new skill of the barber.
그대로 무너져라.
정화.
엎드리게. 기원을 갖춘 그대로 무너져라.
침묵.
기원을 갖춘 그대로 무너져라.
Oh, that reminds me, I wanted to... I guess I won't see Don Quixote's defense skill like that. Need to remember that for the next battle.
정화.
기원을 갖춘 그대로 무너져라. 카니발 그 자체를 대표할 만한 퍼레이드였어. 주인공 의상이 오늘따라 한층 더 돋보이는군. 누구 작품이겠나?
이단에게 철의 단죄를.
상대하기에도 우스운 수준이었어. 별거 아니었네.
콩콩이 파는 이 거리 일대를 지배하고 있던 집단이야. 한 번의 전투로 끝날 게 아닌.
Just then, more tingtangers began showing up from the street corners.
대체 어디서 온 놈들인데? 우리
제군들은 림버스.
Finally, someone managed to stop Don Quixote before ruining everything. Evie quickly covered Don Quixote's mouth.
미쳤어? 뒷골목에 광고판이라도 걸 셈이야?
또 온다. 관리자님, 지시를.
This time go for... Yeah, there's someone. La Creatura.
실밥이 터졌나?
I think I saw Don Quixote's counter there. Clash counter or clashable counter. I think it didn't really work out well in the end.
실밥이 터졌나? 실밥이 터졌나?
그 누구도 볼 수 없게.
지금으로 참여하라.
So let's go for the Sinner's most favorable type of defense. No defense, just attacking.
그 누구도 볼 수 없게.
기원을 갖추는 그대로 무너져라.
3.
젠장 그만 좀 튀어나와! 카지노에 들어가기도 전에 지쳐서 뒤지는 게 더 빠르겠어.
안심해요, 히스클리프. 관리자님이 있는 한 우리가 지쳐서 죽을 일은.
누가 그걸 몰라서 물어보냐?
Something needed to be censored.
해결은
Wow.
가능하다. 어떤 조직이더라도 그 대가리를 깨부수면 떠봤던 고기 덩어리는 무너진다.
There's Mersault again, dropping some knowledge and then probably disappearing.
너 여기서 유일하게 마음에 드는 소리를 하네. 짜증나니까 저 부수러 가자. 대가리든 뭐든.
자, 전진하세.
Yeah, he really disappeared.
잠깐, 다들 돌아와.
파우스트, 너 계속 이런 애들이랑 같이 다녀야 하는 거냐?
삶은 늘 의문투성이죠.
그렇게 이상적이라고 할 수도 있겠어.
내 대가리 어딨어? 당장 튀어나오라 그래!
Heathcliff grabbed the Moog by the collar and shook it about violently. To me it looked as if anything still conscious had left already. Maybe even more than that.
우리 형님은 차탑에 계실 거다.
차탑? 차탑이 어디야? 알아듣게 말해!
이 근방의 폐차장을 말하는 걸 거야. 그런데 너희 진심으로 콩콩이파 보스까지 처리할 생각이야? 그런다고 인사고가에 반영되거나 하진 않아. 알고 있어?
저자는 그런 것까지 염두에 두고 행동할 만큼 명민하진 못해요.
계략 속셈 따위랑은 거리가 먼 오물이지. 말도 안 되는 일과는 가깝지만.
아니야. 말이 되는 것 같기도 해요. 문제 없어, 에피. 우리는 항상 플랜 B까지 대비해 놓잖아.
We successfully managed to ruin their plans. Sword spoke with a serene face. However, I could see her consciously trying to maintain calm from time to time, giving me reason to suspect that she's putting on a veil of kindness.
여러분이 위장을 하는 게 불가능하다면 다 같이 콩콩이파 조직원들로 위장해 버리는 겁니다. 단체로 들어가도 눈에 띄지 않을 거고 순조롭게 꼭대기층까지 진입할 수 있을 테니까요.
Yeah, we're just gonna take over the Ting Tang gang, become all Ting Tangers, and then we don't even need to lie or hide our identities. We will just be the Ting Tang gang.
겸사겸사 콩콩이파에게서 소망력도 뺏어가죠.
카니발 그 자체를 대표할 만한 퍼레이드였어. 주인공 의상이 오늘따라 한층 더 돋보이는군.
I guess one last story level and then I'm gonna change to World of Warcraft. Might be a bit of a stretch, but I think we can do this.
카니발 타임.
Being below the recommended level on average.
다들 와서 이것 좀 보게나.
이게 다 뭐죠?
차들이 마치 탑처럼 쌓여 있어.
의무라군.
Structures that seemed tower-like at a distance were actually cars stacked upon each other.
차들이 왜 이렇게 잔뜩 쌓여 있는 걸까요?
어떤 곳엔 편지가 쓰여 있어. 가족들이 보낸 것인가 본데?
오고 싶다고 쓰여 있네요. 이분들은 곧 돌아오는 거겠죠?
그럴 리가. 설사 카지노에서 돌아왔다 하더라도 가족의 품으로 멀쩡히 돌아갈 수 있는 상태는 아닐 텐데.
뭐 가이드 역할까지 보너스로 해드리자면 이 골목에 숨겨진 랜드마크랍니다.
도박꾼들의 말로지.
이곳은 콩콩이파 세력이 중고차 사업으로 세력을 불리는 발돋움판이 된 곳이고요.
로자, 당신은 이런 데 자주 와봤다면서. 뭔가 부연 설명해 줄 건 없어? 왠지...
몰라. 기억 안 나. 난 과거는 다 잊고 앞만 보며 살아가기로 결심했어. 저런 방해꾼들만 없으면 결심대로 살아갈 수 있을 것 같은데 말이야.
나가들아! 이 근방이 우리 구역인 건 알고 걸음을 돌리는 거냐? 아니면 너네 차 팔러 온 거냐?
아니요. 우리는 버스 타고 다녀.
장기는 우리 파 담당이 아닌데. 네 눈동자 정도로 희귀한 색이면 꽤 돈을 쳐주겠다만.
역시 제대로 찾아왔나 보군. 자네의 대장을 찾으러 왔어.
대체 어디서 온 건데 그렇게 당당하냐?
우린 림버.
He nearly managed to trick Don Quixote into... Well, not nearly, he managed to trick Don Quixote into telling him who we are working for, but fortunate... Oh, Don Quixote wasn't interrupted. She actually remembered not to tell him. That's some character development here. An awkward silence passed.
어디서 온 거냐니까? 왜 말을 하다 말아?
장화.
기둥. 실밥이 터졌나?
Nice.
엎드리도록. 떨거지는 잘라낸다.
인단이 휘청거리는군.
실밥이 터졌나?
그 누구도 볼 수 없게.
실밥이 터졌나? 위험을 가지는
인단이 휘청거리는군.
당연한 결과죠.
Syra looking like she knows what to do instead of the truth being I'm just painting random skills to each other.
너희의 무기로 이 혈투를 승리로 이끌겠다.
What happened to... He shot here.
어떤 말도 할 수 없어.
Yeah, she did get some power up. Now looking bloody. His access to skill 2 upgraded as Barber is present in the field. I see, so that what that means. Interesting.
카니발 그 자체를 대표할 만한 퍼레이드였어.
Oh, manager level increased.
오늘따라 한층 더 돋보인다.
Good.
누구 작품이겠나?
Okay, that's it for today on Limbus Company. I'm gonna make some enkephaline modules real quick. Then
하루가 저물어가는 동안
nothing to see here. We're building on stuff here. Well, that's all good. Time to change to World of Warcraft, so give me a moment to start everything up. Change my game I'm playing. Changing stuff on YouTube. And here we go. I think I'm gonna play a bit Vtuber today. Finish off with Duskwood quests. I need to reactivate all the World of Warcraft redeems real quick as well. Let's do some reactivation there. And there we go. And I'm right into battle here.
I must get closer. I do not have a target.
I need to find something here. Abercrombie's crate. That's it. This is the stereotypical outlay for an ogre cave in World of Warcraft. If you have seen one, you've seen all of them. Or 95% of them. Sometimes there are some slight variations. Usually they all share the same map. Please smash, you die. But we already finished on the ogre part here. Time to hand in some quests. They all get their furniture from Ogre Care, not their fault. Yeah, that's true as well. Their furniture is also always looking pretty much the same.
What can I do for you?
So you drop a few of them from here. Nice work. Here's your reward on behalf of the Night Watch. Because that's it. For the Night Watch. We got 2 quests there. Flying through the air on my bunny. Real cool mount, I have to say. Are you able to convince Zag Vul to lend us his monocle for our experiment? Yeah, I convinced him real well, and we don't even need to bring the monocle back. At last, the stargazing device is complete. Thank you, Mate Fumo. Now I can continue my research. Do you have my crate? If so, then please, give it to me quickly. This large crate is sealed tight, but it reeks of dead things. Thank you, Nick. Well, thank you, Mate Fumo. You have more than earned your reward. Aha, happy. Happy nights ahead. Out here, on the outskirts of town, it's a wonder the Walking Dead haven't eaten me. In fact, just yesterday, a pack of ghouls was pounding on the walls of my tower. I want to make an effigy, a kind of scarecrow for ghouls. To do that, I need some ghoul ribs. You can find plenty of them on the fatted corpses wandering Manor Mistmantle's grounds, north of Darkshire. Get the ribs for me, and I will repay you with some coin. The name Mistmantle rings a bell for you. That's because we had the quest line previously given to us by Tobias Mistmantle, where we had to find out stuff about his brother Stalvan Mistmantle. He turned out to be an undead stalker. Well, he was also a stalker when he was alive, but then he became an undead as well. Power of the light. Pulverize that ghoul. That didn't quite work.
Too far away.
And we got all the ribs our dear friend Abercrombie needs. Obviously not suspicious things.
How are you?
Sure, you could find plenty of ribs in Ravenhill as well, but you might not want to wander so far at night.
Have a good one.
Ah, thanks. These will do just the trick. Take this note to Elo Ebenlock, the mayor of Darkshire. He and I are old friends. When he reads it and discovers what you did for me, I'm sure he'll be just as happy as I am. Ha 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 ha.
Safe travel.
Can we read the letter? We can actually read the letter. The letters on this note seem to flicker and dance across its surface. It is impossible to glean meaning from them. Okay. Oh, there's a Draenei here. Since when is he standing around?
Be kind to those less fortunate.
Letter? What's this all about? Elo looks at the letter and immediately pales. You fool! You've doomed us all! You're not the first fool to be manipulated by Abercrombie. That doddering old man is known as the Embalmer to us. He's a vile necromancer and a blight upon his town. And now sewn together and given life by the very materials you brought him, his horrible creation approaches. That hideous creature will be upon us in mere moments. If you have any heart, mate Fumo, you will help the Night Watch drive off the abomination and save our town. Slay Stitches in Darkfire. Stitches, the gift of the embalmer. Time to get rid of Stitches. Burn, burn, you wretches. Abercrombie is hanging around up there a bit. Before Cataclysm, Stitches was like a boss enemy that patrolled this road here. He was also an elite enemy and not that easy to defeat. So if you met him, you needed to go somewhere else. Thank the light, he's gone. I'll say you've made amends by helping save the lives of those here, mate Fumo. That's a shield for protection specialization. Interesting shield. Let's see, now I have to go here. I think we finished the chapters The Legend of Stalvan, a Hermit's Errand we just finished, and Citizens of Darkshire. And now we will learn about Morbid Fell and more Ladim. More Ladim actually has quite the tragic story around him. I won't say too much right now. What brings you out this way, my good lady? Welcome to our humble camp. I wouldn't call it pleasant, but it is at least somewhat private. Beg your pardon, a worgen at the farm? What we do here is not a cure. The transformation cannot be removed once inflicted. But the mind can be restored. To alchemy, if enough is left intact. This worgen you've encountered sounds like he's fighting to stay aware, mate Fumo. We've got to find him again. He's fled the Jorgenstead. Search the Edelstead. South. He may be lurking in one of the buildings. Inject him with this ampule to tranquilize him. You'll need to be quite close. Lurking worgen. Use Harris's ampule to tranquilize him. When we finally create a worgen character, you will all learn about the backstory of the worgens. That will be fun. Master Harris requires many reagents for his serums. He has me gather them for him. I'll see you in a moment, Fumo. Most of it is not so bad. I mean, the corpse suite is pretty bad, but it's not as bad as the widow venom. Have you seen the widows around here? The hatchlings are the size of a man. Even with a gun, I can't stand to go out hunting them. Just too terrifying. If you'll go do it for me, I'll gladly pay you. Just bring me back some widow venom. You'll find them all in the woods to the east, just north of the road.
What can I do for you? Watch your back.
This is a tragic land with a history of violence and despair. While many of the dead roam in the flesh, some are simply lost souls wandering in confusion. They deserve to be put at ease. Many of these souls gather at the Edelstead, the south, appearing before travelers. Take the censer of holy incense, sway it before the forlorn spirits, and let the offering of its gentle scent give them peace.
enough gabbing for me today.
Several years ago, Stormwind's Captain Corzin brought a brigade into Stranglethorn Vale on a mission whose details are still murky. Corzin swiftly descended into madness, as did his men, except for a few rebels who made it their mission to undo the evils that Corzin had wrought. As I said, that was years ago. I'm now hearing rumors that Corzin is dead. Those rebels still persist at their rebellion. If you wish to investigate, you'll find them at their camp on Stranglethorn's northern border.
You wouldn't want to see me when I'm angry.
I cannot use that item yet.
That's not a fallen, that's an anguished spirit. No wonder that doesn't work. There he is.
I need to target something first.
Oops.
Too far away.
That didn't work as planned.
I am out of range.
That Worgen is a bit too weakened for this potion to work. Well, small mistakes happen from time to time. I will do a quick dehydration break to wait until the Worgen will respawn. So see you all in a moment. And I'm back again, so let's try not to kill that Worgen this time. I won't use any skills, I think. Okay, maybe one is good. I think we're getting close. There we go. That worked well. Definitely better than the last try. Now it's time to get some Widow Venom. Which means spiders. If you don't like spiders, look away. Or keep looking if you like to see how spiders are eliminated. Come back, Fumo. All right.
Any friend of Greymane's a friend of mine.
So you have brought peace to those who knew only misery made Fumo. Be proud. Also, yes, this character is called Jitters. Did you get it? Please tell me you got it. Oh, thank you, thank you. You've saved me from having to go out in the woods with those awful things. At least for a day, that is. I'm afraid that, well, I'm just plain afraid, but I'm also sorry to have to ask for another favor. Master Harris needs brains, bear brains. They're part of the serum, apparently, or at least a proper substitute. There's plenty of black bears in the woods to the west and along the riverbank, but I can't do it. I'm too terrified to go out there and face those huge things, even with a rifle. Please, let me pay you to bring back some. Jitters, what a name. Yeah, sometimes the names are really good here in World of Warcraft. Hi Hanyu. Hanyu, wow, you've got the right name for this game. Welcome to the stream, how are you doing today? You've got him. No time to lose then. We'll be prepared to administer the serum right away. Jitters, get ready. I'm hopeful, but let's remain professional. It's business as usual for this one. Into the guillotine he goes, and if the alchemy doesn't take, he won't be getting back out of it. Jitters and I will attend to this. Please, just stand back and watch from a safe distance. Yeah, you're seeing this correctly. The Worgen is placed into the guillotine. Just for safety. Here we go. It's working. Hold him still, Jitters. I can't. Jitters. Damn it, Jitters. I said hold. Jitters. I remember now. It's all your fault. You brought the Worgen to Duskwood. You led the Dark Riders to my farm and hid while they... Murdered my family. Every speck of suffering in my life is your pathetic fault. I should kill you. Letting him go is the only thing that's going to separate you from the beast now, my friend. Got a lot to make up for, Jitters. I won't give you the easy way out. Yep. The Worgen and Jitters have a history. Success. Finally. I can't thank you enough for giving me the chance to work the cure myself. Our new friend may be in need of some help as well. You might want to speak with him. Shield of Darkshire, what's it look like? Like a nice little shield that we won't wear because I'm Fury and not Protection. At least until someone changes my specialization. Before I was lost to the woods, the last thing I remember is Morbin fell. He was a vile necromancer and the reason this land swarms with so many vile undead. I asked an adventurer to help me put an end to him. I thought they did, but Sister Elsington tells me the land still crawls with ghouls and spectres ripped from the grave. Morbin Fell should have breathed his last in the house of Forlorn Row, north of Ravenhill Cemetery. Go there and see what's become of him. Okay, and one last quest waiting here. Can you hear them, Mate Fumo? There's so many of them. They wander their graves, shuffling across the cold ground on rotting limbs. The dead cry out in the still air. They suffer in their own flesh, forced from sleep. Every night I venture to the graveyard to put more of them to rest. But it's never enough. Help me, Mate Fumo. Put the ghouls that swarm Ravenhill Cemetery out of their misery. Strike down as many as you can. First, time to take care of some bears. Good old Jitters. At least it looks like every one of these bears has a brain. That's some good news.
Too far away.
No, this bear didn't have a brain. Maybe it's good that we put it out of its misery then. Can't really imagine what life would be like without a brain. Second one already.
I am out of range.
Got onto the mount before you got me. Oh, there's another bear.
I must get closer.
Let's hope he has a brain. Was starting to hibernate when you're being attacked is not really an indication for having a brain, I would say.
I am out of range.
Alright, that's everything for Jitters. Let's give him some brains. and go to the cemetery.
You need something?
You get them, did you? Black bear brain. Heavier than you'd think.
Safe travel.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. I never thought I'd be happy to smell those brains, but I'm now that I didn't have to get them. Here's your reward as promised.
Have a good one.
Right. Jitters doesn't have any more quests for us. Time to slay some ghouls. Get the remains of Morbid Fell.
Too far away.
That's not a ghoul, that's a zombie. Skeletons are here as well. Got the whole range of undead creatures roaming around. And some flesh-eating worms that come out of the corpses. That's realism.
I am out of range.
And there's a big skeleton called Morbidius there. I'll not get too close to that one.
Too far away. I am out of range. Too far away.
Oh, there's more Ladim roaming around. He's another elite enemy, and back in vanilla World of Warcraft, you didn't really want to cross his path here, so you needed to be careful when questing in this area. Ghouls really make a peculiar sound when they die. The weathered grave marker reads simply, Morgan Laddymore. Upon further examination, you notice that dirt over the grave has been recently disturbed, and that a good amount of the dirt seems to have been displaced. Oh, there's a random treasure chest sitting around here. It's also a thing of older World of Warcraft. Like, I'm not quite sure when it changed. I think it was Pandaria. In Pandaria, in Mists of Pandaria, I think the developers started to like put treasures on predetermined spots, so like they would always be there for a player and respawn rather quickly if taken up, or they would be always on the same place in the world, and if picked up by one player, would rather respawn rather quickly so other players could pick them up as well. There are some treasures that take quite a while to respawn, but that's because they are then that much more rare. But back in the day of vanilla World of Warcraft and Burning Crusade, Wrath of the Lich King, you had these random treasure chests that could pop up in the world. And of course there were some like predetermined places where they could be, but you never could be sure that they would really be there. And you could just encounter them pretty much anywhere. Cries grow softer for now. Light bless you, mate Fumo.
Let the light of the new moon guide you.
Clothes and bloodstains. If it's not tricks, it's something worse. The others here share my suspicion. Morbin Fell lives on in undeath. It may be even more powerful than before. A necromancer was struck down, but a lich may have risen in his place. And now he continues to ruin this land. I remember Duskwood before all this, mate Fumo. I remember bright skies and peaceful woods. This can't stand. Morbin Fell must be stopped for good. Speak to Sister Elsington. Her vision might guide you to where Morbin Fell is, and how he can be defeated. It's heartening to see one so recently recovered to be so concerned with the plight of others. Sven spares himself suffering by not dwelling on his own misfortune. Sven is correct. I can feel the presence of a powerful evil deep beneath the Ravenhill Cemetery. Evil lurks in its catacombs, and Morbin Fell must be the source. You will need the power of the light to strike him down, mate Fumo. Sven told me the heroes who first slew Morbin Fell wielded an artifact of light-forged iron, imbued with holy power. That artifact is still here. I can feel it as well, a glimmer of light amidst the darkness. Search Ravenhill for it. Let the light guide you through it.
Keep your chin up, eh?
For doing that, we are gonna go to Darkshire real quick to speak with Hira Vonindi about Morgan Laddymore. No, the guy who was in that disturbed grave we found. Also, what do you think? Might Morgan Laddymore be connected to Mor Ladim?
Well met.
Morgan Laddymore? Ah, yes, of course. His was a long and sorrowful tale. I knew him well before he left for the war. But that was the last time I saw him. A noble and good man he was, but he suffered a bad end. Here, I should have something here that can tell the tale better than my own recollections.
Be careful.
Could be. Yeah, it could be. Maybe we will learn something in the story of Morgan Laddymore. He searches through the shelves and comes up with a leather-bound book. If you would like to know more, you might ask Althea. She's been the one to handle the trouble with him of late.
Go with honor, friend.
Well met.
Morgan Laddymore? Never heard of. Oh, you mean Mor Ladim. I guess you haven't heard the story. Well, I'll give you the short version. A powerful undead calling itself Mor Ladim has been wandering Duskwood from what we've gathered. It appears to be the undead body of Morgan Laddymore, whom you apparently know. He's been causing us all sorts of problems, attacking watchmen on patrol and killing people. She sizes you up. You seem to be capable enough. Maybe you could lay him to rest. From what my scouts tell me, Mor Ladim wanders throughout Duskwood, following a strange and meandering path through the cemetery. We buried him out past the house on the hill. You know where that is? There isn't anything I can do to help you, but I wish you good luck.
Have a good one.
So yeah, Mor Ladim really is Morgan Laddymore. In his undead form. Morgan Lattimore was a great and noble knight who fought in defense of the innocent, the poor, and the afflicted. For many years he worked diligently throughout the outlying areas of Azeroth, bringing relief to the suffering and swift justice to evildoers. He was married to a young girl named Liz in the summer of his 18th year. They were much in love with each other and would eventually produce 3 children, a son and 2 daughters. Morgan was 32 when war broke out. Lordaeron. When war broke out in Lordaeron, Morgan was called to the side of the legendary paladin Uther the Lightbringer to fight against the orcs and the undead. Leaving his wife and children in the safety of his home, Morgan left for war. The years passed and the war dragged on. Morgan would witness many horrific events, including the disbanding of the Paladins of the Silver Hand, the death of Uther, and the spread of a plague. The only thing that kept him from the brink of madness was the knowledge that he would someday be reunited with his wife and children. Morgan would eventually return to his homeland, find it nothing like how he remembered it. The once verdant forest was corrupted and teemed with the undead and other dark forces. Destroyed houses and farms could be found everywhere, and the cemetery near Raven Hill now dominated much of the area. Shocked and bewildered, Morgan eventually made his way to his home, only to find it in ruins. Not knowing what had befallen his homeland, he headed towards the village to find answers, and he hoped his wife and children. Morgan inquired about his family, but could not find any answers. Priest in Darkshire, as it was now called, said that he might search the cemetery at Ravenhill for a gravestone. Morgan refused to believe that his family was dead, and continued to search every farm and house in Duskwood, but to no avail. Morgan rode from Darkshire to nearby Lakeshire, thinking that perhaps his family had fled. On his way there, he decided against his better judgment to stop by Ravenhill Cemetery, which lies not on the way from Darkshire to Lakeshire. Darkshire is here. Lakeshire is here. No, here. So, he has to follow this road to get to Lakeshire. And here's Ravenhill. How in the world does it make sense to visit Ravenhill on the way from Darkshire to Lakeshire? He must have really taken the scenic route from Lakeshire to Ravenhill. Maybe he dropped by in Westfall, roamed around here a bit, then back to the Elven Forest. Maybe he dropped by in Stormwind, had a nice glass of wine in the bar there before going further. Maybe even dropping by Goldshire for a moment. And then finally making his way to Lakeshire. Yeah, that's kind of a detour. It really is a detour, Fumo. Morgan spent hours walking amongst the gravestone. He recognized many names of people that he knew and became more and more distraught. Then he saw them. A small, untended plot amongst the many with 3 small gravestones. Feeling of dread washed over him as he approached. Morgan brushed off the dust of the most prominent gravestone to reveal the name on it. Simply carved upon the grave, letters spelled out his worst fear. Liz Lattimore, beloved wife and mother. Morgan's apprehension turned to dismay, and then to grief, and he fell to his knees weeping. For hours he stared at that one grave, begging the cold stone for forgiveness and sobbing apologies. Then, hours later, something in him snapped, and he began to lash out. He brought his sword out of his scabbard and began to rain blows on the gravestones. Screaming in rage, blind in his fury, he lashed out and swung wildly, catching the notice of a trio of the cemetery's attendants. As they tried to restrain him, he turned his focus to them, hurling accusations of guilt upon the innocent attendants, then killed them all. Later, when the rage had passed, Realization crept into Morgan's mind, and he saw his bloody sword driven into the chest of one of the attendants. Driven to the brink of his emotions, he removed his belt knife and plunged it into his heart. Morgan Lattimore's body and the 3 bodies of his victims were found the next day. He was quickly buried without ceremony in a hastily dug grave on the outskirts of a cemetery. Because Morgan committed murder against innocents, something that went completely against his beliefs and his nature, because of a grief that he held in being unable to save his family, Morgan could not die a peaceful death, and lived on as one of the restless dead. Only days later his grave was disturbed, and his body could not be found. The being that was Morgan now wanders duskwood, consumed by his grief over the loss of his wife and children, and his own safe hatred. There's no L in hatred. Mor-Ladim, as he now calls himself, roams duskwood with mindless vengeance and hatred, and has been known to commit murder indiscriminately. I told you, Mor-Ladim has quite the tragic story to himself. It's time to put him out of his misery. It is recommended to do this in a group of 3, but these days, with the way scaling is done and the equipment you can get, these group recommendations are not that correct anymore. There are some classes and specializations that may have troubles fighting an elite enemy on their own, but the Fury Warrior has really no much trouble with that. Buried in the cold dirt, you find a brilliant metal shaft, but there are holes where pieces of the artifact are clearly missing. In front of you, the bare earth slopes down towards the dark entrance to the crypts. You can feel the tug of a light-forged artifact urging you towards it. Perhaps the other piece is down there. Let's get down. What problems could lie in a crypt like this? Of course, that's a rhetoric question. All problems that lie in a crypt like this are of undead nature. Also, there's a bit of some trickiness to this crypt here. As you see, we are here, and there's something else here, and it looks like there's no path at all. But if you look here, you can actually go through there. In the dirt of this alcove, your eyes catches the shine of brilliant metal. You found another piece of the artifact. You attach the arc to the rod, and the artifact is nearly complete. A large gap still sits at the center of the holy symbol's head. Once again, you feel it tug your arm, urging you towards the hole in the wall. The winding tunnel ahead. The last piece must be through there. In this tunnel, you kinda leave the map and walk through unknown space. Which also kinda helps with the immersion of this being like a tunnel that was dug out without the knowledge of anyone, so there's no map. Okay, this is something that has absolutely nothing to do with this quest right now. This is actually part of some riddle or some riddle challenge that was introduced into World of Warcraft. I'm not quite sure when exactly those were introduced, but at some point these riddle challenges came up, and you can find clues, and if you follow those clues you can get sometimes mounts, sometimes toys out of that. They are not quests, so you really need to remember the clues and everything. And every once in a while, because these clues are part of the world, you come across one of them, but you don't have a single clue what they are actually part of. Right now we found the fourth clue, which says, for the final piece approach the dark portal. I have no idea what the first 3 clues would be. But with this fourth clue, so the first clue would lead to the second to the third, and the third to the fourth, but we kinda jumped over all of that and found the fourth clue first. We could actually head to the dark portal and see what we find there. Sometimes these clues give you some kind of buff, but it seemed that wasn't the case for now. Maybe I'll head to the dark portal real quick after this, see what we find there. The darkest depths of this earthen tunnel, you spy the faintest gleam. The last piece is found. The piece is fit, and the holy artifact is restored, gleaming with sacred light. This should let you defeat Morbenfell's dark magic. Further down the tunnel, away from the direction you came from, Highness cackle rings out. As the clattering laugh of a lich, Morbenfell is just ahead. These clues here, that's just the same as in Assassin's Creed when I eliminated target of eliminated target I didn't know was a target before, and then unlock some organization I need to hunt, but I have no clue whatsoever this organization might be. Yeah, there we have Morbenfell. Who has this unholy shield, making him pretty much invulnerable. Or maybe not. But we can remove his protection anyway. So he doesn't look so big anymore. Yeah, that's it for Morbenfell. Nothing of interest in here, except for corpses. Really look like it. Well, let's get out of here, finish off some quests, and then head to the dark portal. Oh, what happened to Morbidius? Did he run away? No, this big skeleton that guarded the entrance there. May the disgusting monster stay dead this time. I'll head down there and scatter his remains to ash myself. Mate Fumo, you've done a great thing. Perhaps in time Duskwood can return to its former peaceful state. See you, that belt is good. Let's hand in the quest for Morladim. Especially since that is on the way to the dark portal. You have to go here, dark portal is there.
Need help?
I won't blame you if you're having trouble with him, Mate Fumo. Some of our strongest watchers have been lost to Morladim. You killed him. That's no small accomplishment, Mate Fumo. On behalf of the people of Darkshire and the Night Watch, I thank you. Ah, there's one small matter, however. I should have told you this earlier. How do I put this? Morgan may have believed that his family was all dead, but in fact, his daughter, Sarah Ladymore, is now a Watcher. She's always been troubled by the circumstances surrounding her father's death. Perhaps you could go bring the news to her. She isn't even far away. Yes, my father. Her eyes become downcast. Wish there was something I could have done for him. If only I had talked to him before he... Here, take this and lay it on his grave. Maybe, somehow, he'll know that I'm okay, that none of us hold him responsible for what happened. There are tears in her eyes now, as she slides the ring from her right hand, and presses it into your hands. And thank you, Mate Fumo. Okay, first Dark Portal, then more Ladim's grave. And then I'm finished with Duskwood. And since Mate Fumo has pretty much overcome the max level of the vanilla content, because all zones are going to level 30. Twilight Highlands is not a vanilla zone, that's a Cataclysm zone, so that's why it's different. It will become harder to level Mate Fumo from now on here. It is still possible because quests still give... that's probably what we are looking for. But we are a bit in battle. Can't you let me pick up this thing in peace? I have the feeling this is not going to work out well for me. Shit, this guy is an elite enemy. How did that happen? That mage there is also an elite. Any other elites annoying me? No. Oh yes. New one spawned there. Maybe if I stay here I can get to it. No, they are still annoying me. Can't do that in combat. Okay, we are not gonna do this. That needs to be done by a character that does not get annoyed by these enemies so much. Okay, let's get out of here. So the decision I need to make with Mate Fumo, or rather we need to make with Mate Fumo, is if we want to keep leveling her with vanilla content, which would then mean leveling through a lot more zones than before. Getting her to level 30 in like 3 zones was quite easy, but from now on, as soon as Mate Fumo hits probably level 35 or 36. Normal enemies won't give any experience points anymore, I think. Maybe 40. After that, it's pretty much only quest leveling. Hey Almo, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? And so that will take quite a while. The alternative to that is putting Maid Fumo into another time walking content. Which might not be ideal because she is already level 34 and would then reach the max level before completing the content. And the third alternative would be to put her into Dragonflight content already, but then I wouldn't play her for quite a while until reaching the Dragonflight expansion. Like, no, wait, no, yeah, I never played Dragonflight on stream. So, yeah. Then Maid Fumo would be on the bank for quite a while. Leave me be. Sarah Ladimore's ring. Ghostly voice sounds on the wind. This is Sarah? Could it be she's still alive? The weight is removed from my shoulders. Maid Fumo, take my sword, Arceus. My soul is put to rest. I have no more need for it. It was forged to do good. Though I have proved myself unworthy to hold it, perhaps you will carry on the light through it, Liz, my love. Both is bad. Let's get that one. Maybe the first option for now. Okay, that would mean just continuing to do the quest lines. Would probably be Stranglethorn Vale North and South, because that's pretty much in 2 parts. Then there would be Swamp of Sorrows. I don't really like that area. Badlands we have Lochmoden. Wetlands, Arathi Highlands. I think there's not much questing to be done as an Alliance member in the Hillsbrand Foothills, but the hinterlands and western and eastern Plaguelands also remain here.
Need help?
Welcome to our camp, warrior. You couldn't have arrived at a better time. Hello, warrior. We are soldiers of Stormwind and rebels from Curzen's compound, a large outpost that you'll find just to the southeast of here. We were under the command of Colonel Curzen, until he and those close to him started to descend into madness. We rebelled, set up camp here, and stood against Curzen. Now my sources are telling me Curzen has disappeared. I trust my source. It would help to hear from a third party. Please head into the compound and find some documentation of his fate. I need to find out what happened to Curzen. If I remember correctly, this Colonel Curzen was some kind of Easter egg to a movie, but I'm not sure I remember which one exactly. Items of a cooking at the camp. It used to be a lot of work until I bought a mechanical cooking pot from a goblin merchant. The pot is a wonder. It saved me countless hours until it broke. Can you take the pot back to the goblin for me so he can fix it? His name is Krazek. Last I heard, he was staying with Nessingwari in the hunter's camp just to the south.
Be careful. Hello.
I have a feeling that Curzen's medicine men are distributing more than just medicine. Curzen needs some way to quelch insubordination, and an elixir under the guise of medicine would be the perfect way to do that. We need those remedies for research. Search for Curzen compound to the southeast. His medicine man and the jungle fighter should carry the remedies on their bodies. go. Read that. Prison records. Do not disseminate. Baron Burnquill. Crimes: disobedience, disorderly conduct. Punishment: incarceration 50 years. Emerine Junis. Crimes: punishment specially ordered by Colonel Curzon. Punishment: incarceration 75 years. Osborne Obnauticus. Crimes: madness. Punishment: incarceration 130 years. Buxton Herod. Crimes: consorting with rebels. Punishment: death by hanging. Colonel Conrad Curzon. Crimes: weakness. Punishment: flung from tower. Did Curzon punish himself there? Oh, here we go with the third clue. Although I think that's a third clue to an completely different riddle. Can't be right. In Zul'Gurub, the coil and cache, the temple and terrace. Curzon officers dossier, do not disseminate. Chief Anders leads the commandos and jungle fighters responsible for maintaining the compound's militia, protecting the compound resources from the rebel attacks. Chief Gorlus leads the medicine men and headbringers, responsible for medical corps and maintaining peace with nearby blood scarps and skull splitters. Chief Miranda leads the Curzon Shadow Ops, responsible for maintaining Bluestone cache and for further research into its uses. Chief Esquivel, interim chief after the death of Colonel Curzon, responsible for overseeing all operations of Curzon's expedition. So I guess Curzon is really dead after the punishment. Okay, what was this clue again? Zul'Gurub, the coil and cache, the temple and terrace. Let's see, Zul'Gurub is right here. I can fly into there. But I think even then there wouldn't be any to see for me here because this is a raid. Or at least a dungeon. Classified as a dungeon now. There's nothing in here and that wouldn't help me with anything. And I can't enter the dungeon because it scales to my level. Until I'm level 60, I think. So for now I can't do much with that hint. Well, let's get some more medicine. The basilisk saw me landing.
I must get closer. I do not have a target. Too far away.
Ah, of course, if I stun him, he won't come to me on his own.
I must get closer. I am out of range.
Rampage is really able to wipe the floor with any enemy. Still someone inside. Give me jungle juice. Thank you. Okay, this is the standard ruined human tower. We have the remainder of the stairs here and then nothing. Welcome to the stream, Alice, and yes, you're the first to say first. Which reminds me again that I really need to look into how to make a first redeem. And yes, I'm playing World of Warcraft. WoW. I'm playing WoW. Thanks for the hydrate, Alice. How are you doing today? Did you have a nice day so far? Oh, Fumu, you really have to do that when I'm in a good mood, right? Just woke up at 10 p.m. Okay, if you went to bed at like somewhere between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m., I would say it's good. If you went to bed at 10 p.m. last night, then I would worry a bit. Oh yeah, we got ourselves a little hatchling here. We have 50k points, you're gonna use them. Okay, let me get this quest, let me get out of here, and then I'm gonna spin the wheel through more. While looking through the soldier's possessions, you look down to see a newborn raptor hatchling looking back up at you. Was it following this cursed militiaman the whole time? You can see it studying you, learning your features and following your movements. The lash-tail hatchling has formed a bond with you. Perhaps someone back at the rebel camp will know what to do with the raptor hatchling. You usually sleep at 10 a.m. Okay, then it's still 12 hours sleep, but I can understand that. I also sleep. I like to sleep. I oversleep a lot as well. So that's not that concerning, I would say. Okay, let's go for the wheel. Yeah, that's the wheel to go for. And here it goes. Are you all ready to spin the wheel? Ready or not, I'm gonna spin it. So let's go spin! God, why do I have that in there? No. Oh God. Also, why are sit-ups, push-ups, and squats right next to each other? I need to shuffle that. Push-up and squats are still next to each other. Can't do that. Push-ups, sit-ups, squats, really far away from each other. Okay, I guess that's okay. Okay, you might not hear me quite well for a moment, but I'm gonna do 5 push-ups now. Three, 4, 5. I hate this. Why did I put that onto the punishment wheel? Anyway, back to gaming.
Well met.
What were you able to find, Mate Fumo? Short list of political prisoners within the compound. List of Corsan officials.
For the Alliance.
Killed him. And all this time I thought he had them underneath an iron boothed heel. Corsan's death is a relief, but what's more interesting and perhaps more immediate, the sign of some potential allies within the compound. I don't care what it says in that prison record. I know exactly why those three were locked up. Refusal to follow orders. They must have been spared from the madness, much like my fellow rebels here, and incarcerated for speaking up. Find them, Mate Fumo. Find them and send them back here.
Go with honor, friend.
Oh, why did these 5 push-ups exhaust me so much?
Hey there.
Yes, the little one seems to have taken a liking to you. You're lucky. At this age, the raptors are calm, peaceful, and easily trained. Keep her, Mate Fumo. She may come in handy. In fact, looks like your young raptor is hungry. If you're looking to keep her, why don't you find something for her to eat? The lashtail often attack the basilisks of Stranglethorn, which can be found to the east beyond Corsan's compound. She probably isn't strong enough to hunt on her own yet, but I'm sure she will eat freshly killed basilisk meat.
Be careful. What can I do for you?
I'm a little bit of an alchemist in my spare time, you know.
See you around.
Well done, Mate Fumo. Now let's see what they've got in this elixir of theirs.
Have a good one.
Did you also do push-ups, Elmo? You're crazy. Ravanimets analyzes the samples you've given him. This is just basilisk blood. No, it's mostly basilisk blood. They've added something to it though. I'll need a control sample to perform a proper comparison. They most likely obtained the blood from the crystal spine basilisks, found to the east of their compound. Bring me back some pure samples and I'll have this elixir figured out.
See you later.
Alrighty, let's go-y. Can't. Save some people first. Woohoo! Freedom, sweet, sweet freedom. Thank you. I don't know how much longer we would have survived. That cage was stifling my magic. If you don't mind, I'm going to teleport us back to the rebel camp. We'll thank you in person later. Now it's time to hunt some basilisks. Have our little guy eat some of the corpses. Why are you not eating more? to me. You have a prize from Google, Elmo. What kind of prize can you get from Google?
I am out of range. I need to target something first. I must get closer. Too far away. I am out of range. I do not have a target.
You fill my little hatchling.
Too far away.
With 3 more basilisks and we've done it. Beating the little guy.
I require a target.
You were the first to search up how fast do you need to throw bread for it to break the window. That is interesting. So you can get prizes from Google if you're the very first one to search something up. That's kinda cool. But that offers the question, Elmo, why did you need to look that up? Why did you want to know how fast you need to throw bread so it breaks a window? Thank you, Mate Fumo. It looks like my suspicions were correct. The 3 prisoners seem to have escaped the affliction that gripped Curzon and the rest of his men. Before you arrived, Emerine teleported them over to Stormwood to get cleaned up after their ordeal. They promised to return soon. Now that our allies have been evacuated, it's time to run a final raid on Curzon's compound. They will never be weaker than they are right now, and with your help, we may be able to weaken them beyond repair. Those 4 names that were listed in the officer's dossier, Anders, Gaulos, Miranda and Esquivel, will be the highest ranking personnel remaining. Look for them in that cave in the back of their compound. Removing all 4 will be devastating to Curzon's forces. Go with honor, Mate Fumo. She looks bigger already. You can see these raptors grow quickly. You are lucky to have found such a strong companion. Keep her by your side as long as you can, Mate Fumo. I'm sure she will prove to be an asset in the future. On a somewhat unrelated note, I've been putting together a collection of troll stories and legends for a personal project. I was just thinking you might be able to help me find some of them. The blood scalps at the Balal ruins on the coast to the southwest maintain a large tablet documenting some of the stories. Of course, I'll reimburse you if you're able to bring any of these stories back to me. The answer is 41 kilometers per hour. Does it depend on if the bread is frozen or not? Because I could imagine that the frozen bread, you would need far less velocity to break a window. Because it basically becomes a stone. Also, you need to differentiate between which kind of bread it is. Like, you can have pretty fluffy bread. Oh, just try it. No, joking, do not do that. Yes, do not try to break a window with bread. Although the scientist in me is raking up questions. Like, you could have American bread, which is very soft, or brioche, which is even softer, I would say. Perhaps. Or on the same softness level. With that, you would most likely need higher velocities. And then you could have something like rye bread, which is usually on the harder side, especially if you haven't it cut. Like it's just one loaf of bread. Because that most of the time has a hard outside. Of course, that's not just true for rye bread, but that's the one that popped into my mind. You can pretty much bake a lot of breads that have a rather hard outside. Ask a German about bread and you get a whole story of bread. Made a very cool thing at school, Amber. Oh, what did you do? What did you make? Something not quite healthy about this elixir, mate Fumo. Even though I haven't completed my analysis, I can sense it.
Have a good one.
This will do. Please hold on for a moment while I test this out.
See you later.
Alright, we just add this in here. Centrifugate. That's old school centrifugation. Bingo. Look at this. After reducing the basilisk blood out of the elixir, I've uncovered an unusual precipitate. It appears to be a blue crystal of some sort. Brother Nemetz consults his notes. Not a singing blue crystal, not a pulsing blue shard. He flips forward a few pages. Not a piece of a mind's eye. Nope, this isn't something we've seen before in Stranglethorn. If anyone has any more of this substance, I want it. Check the high-ranking Curzon troops in the back of the cave.
Safe travel.
Many more quests available here. You made a giant slingshot and you shot a stick on your gym roof. And that's high. That's interesting. How many tries did you need to shoot that stick up there? Didn't work on the first try. I arrived in Stranglethorn to study a feature known as the Altar of Naias, but made the unfortunate choice of denying Colonel Curzon's advances, which earned me several years in that cage. Now that I'm out, I figured I might as well continue with my original studies. The altar is on an island to the west, south of Zulkunda. Gather some of the bracers from the island's water elementals. Oh, and you can use this device when you're finished. No need to make you awake. No need to make you walk all the way back here.
See you around.
You only need 2 tries. That's a pretty good score.
You got my attention.
I never got to properly thank you for saving me. Thank you, mate Fumo. I'm still a little fatigued from my captivity, so I thought you might help me with my studies. As a shaman of the Wildhammer clan, I'm very interested in the shamanic practices of the Bloodsculp tribe. The magic seems to have diverged in an interesting direction. If I had one of the totems that the shaman use, I could begin my studies. You'll find them at the Balal ruins on the coast to the southwest. Yeah, we are starting to get quests all over the area. How many chapters are there? Oh, only 3. Rebel Camp, Lessing Warriors Expedition and Ogan Aka. Rebel Camp we will finish soon, and then we'll go to Nessing Worry. But we already have one quest sending us there.
I must get closer. I require a target.
And you'll probably meet one of the most... No, you will meet one of the probably most famous dwarfs in World of Warcraft. Reigning in right behind the leaders of the dwarfs, like Magni and Bran. That is Nessing, Hammett Nessing Worry. I think we will meet Junior here, if I remember correctly.
Too far away.
Do we meet Hammett Nessing Worry Senior? Is Junior the one in the Outlands? Could both be.
I need to target something first.
Not quite sure at the moment, but there is a Nessing Worry Senior and a Nessing Worry Junior. Get stunned. As you can see here, their level is set to 30. Which in the times of scaling means that they do not scale with me anymore.
Too far away.
And that number is green. That means I'm far stronger than them. So they give less experience already. And I think one more level and the number will turn grey. From that point on, I will not get any more experience from these enemies. And it's only quests that will give experience points. I haven't collected that. Look, does it look nice? Oh, it does look quite nice. For an X. Some axes I like in this game, some maces as well, some spears, pole arms, but I'm more of a sword one, to be honest. Yeah, see you soon, Fumo. Take care. The chest. Shield. Eventually you had to stop because it was too dangerous. Yeah, I can imagine that, especially in school. Teachers probably didn't like you shooting around a huge slingshot. Let's see what this shield looks like. There.
How are you?
Make sure you handle that stuff carefully, mate Fumo. We don't know what it is. Stone seems to breathe out a string of incomprehensible syllables. Brother Nemetz opens up a pouch and lets you place the crystal inside. I knew they'd have some more of this substance. I'm going to send this to my contacts at Fort Livingston South. Hopefully they'll have some more luck with it. Thank you for everything, mate Fumo. But why did you have to take down your giant murder machine that can launch a stick to someone's body if you shoot it right? The answer lies in the question.
What can I do for you?
Almo. Well, yeah, as you said correctly, slingshots are probably one of the oldest weapons in existence, or the oldest weapon concept. Because if you think about it, the first kind of weapon concept would be throwing something at someone or something. And the evolution of throwing something at something else would be throwing something at something else with more force. And even if you don't know anything about physics, you realize soon that if you rotate something and then let it escape from that rotation, it has more force than everything else. And that was the beginning of the first slingshots. With the lever that you put in stone in and rotate it and let go of one end and the stone flies out. And then you get the other kind of slingshot that most people probably know about, the one with a rubber band between a Y branch. It's more of a, you could nearly say that's a spring-loaded slingshot, because you're using the elastic deformation of the rubber band for it. No, you call it science. It is science, but it is also a weapon. Two things can be true. Marvelously executed, mate Fumo. My man and I can handle the rest. Of course, out of the picture, we may be able to continue our original expedition here in Strangleform, which was no matter. Please feel free to peruse our armor stores. You may find something that fits you well.
Be careful.
No, that doesn't fit me well. Also, I need to get rid of some stuff in my pockets. Who is the one taking my rubbish? It had gone wrong once you shot a stick in the air, but it came back down. But the sun was there, so you couldn't see it. But let's say you made it out safely with one of your friends. Were you more than two people? So someone didn't make it out as safely as you? Okay, let's see. Binds when equipped. I need to go back to... Can get rid of all the soulbound stuff. Soulbound. Recipe, I also don't need soulbound. Bound. Interesting, that counts as crafting material. Oh, I can put it really there. I think that's... Oh, there's soulbound. Soulbound. No, I didn't want to do that. warbound now, so let's get away with it. Okay, sell. Reason I'm not selling the binds when equipped pieces is that I will put them into the auction house. Most of the time that will not be bought by someone who's leveling and needs some new equipment, but by enchanters that need low level equipment to disenchant to get materials out of them. And the one I do sell are those that I haven't gotten the appearance collected. So if I sell them, I get the appearance, but then they are warbound and I don't really need them, so I keep on selling them. No, that was a mistake. I didn't want to sell that one. Sell the food and stuff. I know mana potions with scrolls. I have the Scarlet Key for. That's interesting. Luckily you were with one friend only. Okay, with a B. That was the day you discovered that making weapons for no reason is fun. When sometimes making weapons for no reason is also not so fun if you get caught with them, especially in school. That's not really the most good stuff to do. And when am I going to do the wheel again? When someone redeems it on my Twitch stream. Because on Twitch you can gather channel points. And if you have enough of them, you can then use them to do redeems. One of them is the punishment wheel. And I will do that if someone redeems it. Now I'm clearing out all my bags here. Or rather, I think I'm gonna sell that.
For the Alliance.
I think you're gonna watch Analog Horror or something, Elmo. Okay, have fun with that. Thanks for hanging out for a while. And enjoy the rest of your day. So let's see, we have Krazek here. Oh, you brought me something? Cooking pot covered with gorges and dials. Oh, I see, it's Krazek's crockpot. An ingenious piece of work, but it can break a spring or throw a gear now and then. Let me see what's wrong with this one. Aha, its steam charger's rusted out. It's a crackled knuckle gasket and its fibulator is missing teeth. I'm surprised the pot could even boil a turnip in this state. Can I fix it? Of course I can fix it. There's a price. Oh yes, there's always a price. Yeah, feel free to drop back if you want to, Elmo, for as long as I'm around. Probably for another close to 2 hours or so. I'm going to repair this pot. I'm going to need reagents. And to get them, you're going to have to do an easy little bit of killing. I hope you don't mind. Those dastardly venture company geologists have been collecting some tumbled crystals that will suffice for what I need. You'll find them around the base camp on the other side of Lake Nasferiti, to the east. I don't care what you have to do to get them. The finest leather crafter of the South Seas and the world's old and new. That's what they call me. Me, Drizzlick. The finest well, my leather goods are known far and wide as the most exquisite, a connoisseur's choice. I've just received an order from Director Riddlevox of the Tinkers Union for a dozen of his favorite Excelsior line boots. Our best sellers, actually. To start on the basic shape, I'll need crocodile skins from the crocs along the river in the northern Stranglethorn. Welcome to Stranglethorn. Perhaps you're not aware of this, but that dwarf over there is the son of the one and only Hemet Nessingwari, renowned war hero of the Alliance and master big game hunter. Like his father, he's not one for welcoming strangers into his camp, but you look like you've seen quite a bit of action in your day, warrior. Go and speak with him. He's a chip of the old block, so perhaps he can give you some hunting pointers. Welcome back, Fumo. Just in time to meet Hemet Nessingwari Jr. Jolly nice to make your acquaintance, mate Fumo. Haven't seen a warrior around these parts for some time. I've one purpose in being here, to hunt a great and elusive beast. Seeing that you're a hero of sorts, I am willing to let you take part in the hunt. But you must first prove yourself. I shall teach the ways of raptor killing to you. Ajak will train you with tiger hunting, and Sir Aelgardin is a master of panther tracking. Prove your skill and I'll let you in on the big hunt. So you think your hunting skills are in tip-top shape? I can put them to the test in a jiffy. Head out into the jungle and kill 10 Stranglethorn raptors. We'll see just how much of a big game hunter you are. And no, I won't tell you where you can find them. Locating the beast is half the challenge. Okay, go west. This is like a recurring thing in pretty much every expansion. Pretty much in every expansion you will have one of the Hemet Nessingwari camps. Sometimes it's junior, sometimes it's senior. They are everywhere. And you will always have these big game hunts going on. Where you will like level up your hunting skills of the region. So right now we need to hunt some raptors and we'll get some tiger hunts and panther hunts as well. Where you need to like defeat the little ones first, then you defeat the bigger ones, and then there's some kind of special elite target you need to defeat of that type of creature. And sometimes then there's also the elite quest where you then need to pretty much hunt the apex predator of the apex predators in the region.
What can I do for you?
When I was but a young girl, my father trained me in the art of tiger hunting. You'll find the young felines much easier to track and slay. One can often find young tigers near the expedition camp. Test your tracking skills and see if you can hunt some of the beasts down. Start your hunt near our camp to the south.
Be careful.
1 page. I only need 1 more page. Master Nessingwari's novel ran into a bit of an accident. Barnell shoots an accusing glance over at Spanks. Who's Spanks? Can't see any Spanks here. Or anyone spanking anyone. And we misplaced some of the pages. I've been asking your fellow adventurers to look for the missing pages and they've been quite helpful, but 1 page still eludes me. I'm sure you're awfully busy with other matters, but while you're out in the jungle, would you mind looking for it? This was one of the most annoying quests in the history of World of Warcraft, I would say. Previously. Right now you only need to find 1 page, and I think you also have something of a... Okay, you can find that on any enemy you meet.
Need help?
In the past you needed to find like 20 pages or so. And they could have been anywhere in this zone. That was really one of the most annoying quests ever. Because they also had so little of a drop chance. And as they weren't quest items that were soulbound or so, you could actually have it that multiple of the same dropped after each other. So even if you defeated an enemy, opened it up and saw, oh, there's a page. Then you hovered over that page and saw, oh, that's one of those I already have. The auction house was filled with pages of Green Hills of Stranglethorn. There were so many pages offered there. I think some had very low drop chances, and those were obviously the most expensive ones. If you want to be a part of the hunt with this crack group under Hammett Jr.'s leadership, you're going to need to prove yourself an able panther hunter. You should start out easy, just focus on the young panthers for now. As you improve and gain experience as a hunter, you will undoubtedly find increasingly dangerous quarry. Start by heading east, return to me when you are a master panther hunter. First I need to hunt crocs though. Get some tender crocolisk meat out of it, probably because I hit it so much.
Too far away.
Right, got the first skin. Maybe that one will give me the second one. Nope. This one. And we already got the Green Hills of Stranglethorn, page 14. That quest is over as well. In the past, that quest could have taken days to finish.
I must get closer.
I'm not sure of it anymore, but I could also imagine that there were some pages that only dropped from some very special enemies. Sometimes maybe those that were not in a big supply. You're finished with the young tigers, but the thrill of the hunt still holds you captive. Young tigers are one thing, fully grown cats are another. Hunting the grown stranglethorn tigers will prove an even greater challenge. The adult cats normally spend their days south of Curzon's compound, east of a river. Now, panther hunting. Panther. Yeah, I remember these panthers are stealth. Bit hard to find them sometimes. You need to stumble across them. That really is somewhat annoying. Let's do it like this. Having some bit of an area of effect attack. Help pull them to me if I give them a little knock on the head. This one, I heard this sound of stealth. Yes, there's a sound of stealth. Come across one, you need to listen closely. It wouldn't attack me first. Sometimes you can hear them. Because when you get close to them, it's like they are being generated. And they are using the stealth. And the moment stealth is used, this has a very distinctive sound effect. No, I don't want to. Where was it? Did you hear it? That was good to hear. This turned into stealth ASMR stream. At least until now. You feel more experienced already. Perhaps it's time to move on to bigger prey. The youngest panthers fell easily before you. Panthers that have come of age will naturally be stronger and quicker and more difficult to defeat. Larger panther tracks lead to the west. Ooh, recklessness. Okay. But why did I suddenly receive 4 new titles? Made Fumo Destroyer's End. Oh, I forgot to hide the chat. Well, that's okay for this area because there are pretty much no weird, crazy stuff popping up in there. Made Fumo Defender of a Shattered World. Dragon Slayer Made Fumo. Made Fumo the Tranquil Master. Which kind of... I don't even have a title equipped. So many here. Thanks for the hydrate, Fumo. Thanks for keeping the bun wet. Want to equip Made Fumo with a title? Maybe with Gullible. Patient the Noble. The Kingslayer. The Astral Walker. The Commando Jack. Of the Iron Vanguard. Witness of the Kirin Tor. Veteran of the Fourth War. Time Lord. Swabby. Professor. Lumberjack. Lord of the Rains. Landlubber. Jenkins. That title has a story to it. Maybe I'll tell you sometime about the story of Jenkins. Elder, Dragon Slayer, Destroyer's End, Crusader, Crashin' Thrashin', Brewmaster, Leroy. Oh, so you know that, Fumo? How do you know that? Well, I guess Leroy Jenkins has become a widespread thing, not just in World of Warcraft, where it originated. Quite well known. Okay. But I think you don't know where it originated from, do you? And we got a bot.
I must get closer.
Annoying bastard.
Too far away.
Thanks for putting the bot out of its miserable existence, Fumo. Let me block it for myself as well. Didn't knew Leroy vaporized. Yeah. Not knowing Leroy is a sin. Also, to get the title of Jenkins, you pretty much need to repeat what the original Leroy Jenkins did.
I must get closer.
I think I could look here. Oh, there are 2 Leroys. I think this is the one. Yeah, this is the one. Kill 50 rookery whelps within 15 seconds. That's in a dungeon. One of the classic dungeons. It's was it lower or upper Blackrock? There's no upper Blackrock spire, so I guess it's here. Show me the map. I thought it was in upper, or was it in Black Fathom's depth? No, that's a totally different one. Blackrock Depths. No, it wasn't there. Must have been the lower Blackrock Spire then. Or was it here? Could have been here. Okay, I'm not quite sure I remember it. No, it's in dungeons, so it must have been in lower Blackrock Spire. Or upper. But why does the upper not appear to me? It could be. Upper Blackrock Spire. Can be that that is connected to a different raid these days, a different expansion these days. Yeah, here, the rookery. In this area, you have a lot of dragon eggs sitting. And if you touch one of these eggs, it spawns one of these hatchlings, or whelps, as they are called. And of course, if you touch a lot of them at the same time, there will be a lot of whelps hatching. Sorry. And so back in the day, the tactic was, because there's a boss fight right there, as you saw here. There's a boss fight right there. The tactic was to get rid of a lot of those eggs before the boss fight, so you wouldn't stumble into them during the boss fight and create a lot more enemies that could easily overwhelm you. So you took like small groups of the eggs, let some webs spawn, and then rinse and repeat. Defeat the whelps and rinse and repeat. What the original Leroy Jenkins did was he ran through the whole chamber, touched pretty much every egg there was, created a whole army of whelps and brought them back to his groups, causing them all to wipe. And allegedly screaming Leroy Jenkins while he did that. At least he had chicken after that. Yeah, perhaps he had chicken after that. Tiger blood coats your hands, your weapons, and your warrior garb. Yet, still you crave more. Elder Stranglethorn tigers are the strongest of the bunch. More than one Draenei warrior has seen her own demise at the tip of those razor-sharp teeth and heavy claws. Ajax will be thrilled to know that you have bested them. The largest pack of these elders can be found to the south near the Sundering, on the border of the Cape of Stranglethorn. Okay. First gonna... Oh, there are also Elder Stranglethorn tigers there. This one, where one of the big animals is gonna sit.
I require a target.
Yes, as you can see here now, since hitting level 35, all enemies are level 30. And in grey, so they don't give any more experience points. We have to see if it's even feasible to level with quests only. Because here, this quest gives 908 EXP. To level up, I need 39,000 experience points. Which is just slightly more. You have defeated the strongest tigers in Stranglethorn. You have become a great tiger hunter and have every right to stop your hunt right here and now. Something tells you, however, that a stronger cat still waits for you within that jungle. Legends speak of an elusive tigress, a feline so powerful that she dwarfs even the elder males. The hunters at Nursing Warrior's expedition have hunted for her without success. Many of them have fallen prey to her raking claws, their bodies now decaying at the foot of a hill north of Gromgol. They call the beast Thindal. You resolve to do what no Draenei has done before: hunt, kill, and claim the paw of Thindal. She prefers to look down upon the weaker tigers from atop her hill. That was the hill I just was on and thought, hey, wasn't this the place where some big animal is hiding? But for some reason, Thindal decided to travel down.
I require a target.
Is it for the first big game hunt?
I need to target something.
Okay, we have normal sized panthers here.
I do not have a target.
What is that?
I require a target.
I have no recollection of this one. Ogeyan, the fire spirit. Also a special enemy as indicated by this sign here. He could have some interesting loot. Not really, but his glowing eyes are cool.
I need to target something first.
That thing was really big.
Too far away. I must get closer. I do not have a target.
Let's go from panthers to raptors.
Target something first.
so much stronger than everything that I pretty much one-shot all enemies these days.
I am out of range. I do not have a target.
Francophone raptors were not a problem for a wily warrior like you. It's time to step up the challenge. Venturing into the jungle and bagging 10 lash-tail raptors should be sufficient. They will certainly be stronger than the raptors you have already disposed of. The lash-tail raptors mainly stay southeast of here, near the Kalai ruins. Right, do the panthers first, then do that one, then do that one, and then do that one.
I require a target. Too far away.
You take a moment to silently congratulate yourself on your panther hunting so far. Now the hard part. As panthers grow older, they become more wily, blending in with their environment and becoming difficult to spot. These cunning panthers are known by the name Shadow Maw, for their tendency to suddenly appear out of the darkness, with a waiting mouth full of teeth. If you want to prove yourself as a true panther hunter, Shadow Maws are the only way to do so. They prowl to the southeast across the river. But we're gonna do that one first.
I need to target something first.
Imagine an overpowered warrior just dropping into your camp. Oh, the little one has a quest for me. Your pet raptor seems to have found a new toy, a skull from a nearby troll skull pile. What sets this skull apart from the rest is beyond you, but for some reason she won't put it down. Osborne Opnoticus, the gnome you saved from Curzon's compound, is an expert in troll history and physiology. Maybe he'll have some idea what makes this one so special. Can we read the Bloodscalp lore tablet? Moon over the Vale. Moon over the Vale shines, casting its glow upon the jungle, where proud warriors heed the call to defend our nation and sacred grounds. The moon over the Vale shines far above the cries of battle, where blood is spilled of foe and comrade alike. When our brethren pass into realms beyond the known, soul spirit hardens deep beneath the veil. When our brethren pass into the mountain's temple, we shall protect the eternal spirit, encased within the holy brew crystal. When our brethren pass, a moon over the vale shines. Grilek the Wanderer. Tale of Grilek the Wanderer. The beginnings of the tablet were worn and erased, but the end was legible. Grilek stamped through the jungle, and his eyes burned and his chest rumbled, for there was great anger in him. In fury, he roared to the sky, and he praised his arm. Though he raised his arm, not praised his arm. He raised his arm, he raised his left arm, grown strong and sure from hunting without his twin. Grilek's right arm was gone, and it would not return. And so he wandered, he searched, and his arm remained lost to him. And so he cursed and roared as he walked. Grilek had long ago turned his ear away from the spirits, and they were angered and would not listen to his curses. Doomed was Grilek, doomed to wander armless. Not aimless, but armless. All of Guru Bashi. Rising from the ocean, a tower of water, Neptulon sent the great kraken to the doomed Ilalai, So huge were their forms that jungles of kelp swayed through their limbs. Leviathans swarmed through bodies. Leviathans swam through bodies. The largest kraken then raised his arms high and crashed them into the sea, sending waves about him. They raged toward Ilalai. Kraken roared and their voices thundered like in the ocean storm. We come. Minloth, standing firm, called forth his magic. The waves sent to Ilalai parted and washed to both sides. They flooded the jungle beyond. Minloth then bade his minions chant spells of binding, and it didn't ring out as dozens of troll voices rose. One voice rose above the rest. Minloth bellowed, and his magic gathered, the power of his minion spells, and he cast it at the approaching kraken. The seas parted, and Minloth's spell sped towards the servants of Neptulon. Lightning tore the sky, and the spell struck them. 1,000 balls fell, boiling water and burning craters in the earth. Minloth cried in triumph, knowing his spell would fell the great beasts. But the kraken are old, very old. They remembered when the land was first born from the sea. They remembered when the old ones ruled and when the travelers came and cast them down. They remembered when magic was new. This is probably about the old gods and the titans that arrived. So the krakens are older than titan artifacts on Azeroth, which is very old. They are old and they hold many secrets. Though Minloth's spell was strong, it, like the troll, was mortal. So it failed. Failed to bind the kraken, but it enraged them. Not an eons had a mortal caused them pain, and the troll's spell was painful. So they shed the binding of Minloth's spell, but then roared and struck with fury. Rumble was heard as great waves rose from the deep and raced toward the land. When they reached Ilalai, they cast a shadow on the city. Before they destroyed it, the kraken halted, poised. The troll witch doctors trembled and cried out to their master. Minloth gazed at the mountains of the sea, doomed and defiant. He turned to his adepts and whispered, and the trolls etched his last words into stone. Minloth then faced the looming kraken. He grimaced and hurled his staff, his last bold act. The kraken then bent their fury upon Minloth, and an ocean fell upon Ilalai, and it was no more. Then the waters fell upon the jungle, washing clean all they met. Trolls and beasts cried out as the water smashed and drowned them. Many Gurubashi wondered why the ocean swallowed them, but then they died and knew nothing. Finally, when the waters reached the mountains, they stopped. Appeased, they retreated back beyond the shores. They left a wake of death. They retreated, but they surged around Ilalai and remained, drowning it forever. The chief Vargazul, safe behind the mountain, and the chief Vargazul, safe behind the mountains in Zul'Gurub, went out to the jungle and found it washed clean of his people, and he despaired, for his dreams of conquest were thwarted. And never was Minloth the serpent found. The Emperor's tomb, by moon and fire, by flesh and bone, scribed in blood, carved in stone. Leave this place or meet your doom. Death stands guard over the Emperor's tomb. Welcome back, Elmo. Sometimes you really happen upon these tidbits of lore in World of Warcraft. You don't really know all that happened, but you can imagine a lot of stuff from that one. Yes, mate Fumo. These will do for my purposes, though we can't activate the altar with bracers alone. I need something to cut into the raw elemental power of these bracers, Something strong and abrasive, but still of the sea. The Merkgill Murlocs have moved inland from the sea. They still carry vials of sea salt on them. They use it for, I can't be sure, but it will serve for our studies. You can find the Merkgill in the glade south of the rebel camp and east of Balal ruins. Oh, that's there. Desecrate some fire. I'm not gonna do that. Does the Midsummer Festival end? Tomorrow. Tomorrow it actually ends. I don't want tigers, I want panthers.
I need to target something first.
What am I doing tomorrow? Do you mean streaming wise or in general? Why are there no panthers? Yes. Oh. Streaming wise, I will start the stream with Limbus Company again. Play for around an hour or so. And after that, I think I've planned Stellar Blade. Let's take a quick look into my schedule. Yeah, tomorrow is Stellar Blade. And in general, I'm not quite sure yet. I do need to do some cleaning or so. Then I need to make myself dinner later on. Rather not only myself but also my family. During the day, I'm not quite sure. Did I ever watch Terminator? No, I haven't watched Terminator, to be honest. Where are all the panthers? Maybe I'll look there. That was the stealth sound.
I need to target something first.
Feel like there's someone here. Rather something. That was a lucky coincidence. We're going to sleep. Sleep well, Elmo. Have a good night, and thanks for hanging out here. And perhaps see you tomorrow. Shadowmaw Panthers proved no match for your skills as a hunter. Only one task remains. You've almost proven yourself to be a master hunter of panthers. Yet there's one panther which has eluded your grasp. Songs are sung about a mighty panther by the name of Bakfera. You will see if you can use your skills to kill the great beast. Bringing the Fang of Backbearer to Elgadin should be proof enough that you are a master panther hunter. Let's see, there he is already. And there he was. Thanks, Elmo. And yeah, that enemy was no problem. I'm over leveled for this area, to be honest. That's also why these enemies don't give me any experience points anymore.
I am out of range. Too far away. I need to target something first. I require a target. I do not have a target. I require a target.
2 more sea salt to go. I think these murlocs carry around so much of it. Just as I said it, one didn't. There we go. No, I didn't want to do that. I wanted to attack the thing.
I am out of range.
Where are more raptors?
I must get closer.
Attack the axe. Doesn't give me anything.
I need to target something first.
Menacing Worry Jr. doubted you, but his doubts were unfounded. You are absolutely destroying these raptors. Particularly cagey brand of raptor known by locals as the Jungle Stalker prowls the forest to the south, across the river. They are far more difficult to track down and kill than the other breeds you've been trying your luck at. Killing these jungle stalkers will undoubtedly make for a good tale around the fire. Let's see where these jungle stalkers are. With 5,000 damage and that guy only has 2,000 health. That's really overkill. That was 3.5 times the health of that raptor's damage.
I require a target.
You're no longer just a raptor hunter. You are an honest-to-goodness raptor slayer, though one fabled raptor still eludes you. Before returning to Nessingwari's expedition, you will have to complete the impossible: hunt the raptor that no other hunter has been able to capture. That beast goes by the name of Tethys, and he's been known to terrorize the southeastern corner of northern Stranglethorn. Bringing Tethys' talon back to the dwarf hunter should be proof that you are no ordinary Draenei. Tethys survives solely on a diet of blueberries and Nessingwari hunters. Sounds like a very healthy diet. See, there's Tethys. Has actually survived one hit. That is really a strong raptor. So you're hunting Tethys. Tracked her all the way back to camp, did you? Mistress Maid Fumo, the Raptor Slayer. Has a nice ring to it, eh? How goes the hunt? Most impressive, I do say. I sent you out to defeat the kittens and you returned with a paw the size of a gnome. You are a true master tiger hunter, Maid Fumo. Have you found it? I'd hate to return an almost finished book back to Hemet. Certainly saved me a heap of trouble, Maid Fumo. I can't thank you enough. It shouldn't be long now until we see Master Nessingwari's book in libraries throughout the world. I'll leave a copy of the book right here, if you ever want to take a peek at the finished product. Thanks again, Maid Fumo. I'm probably not gonna read that because it has 30 pages. Maybe some other time. It's still alive. Excellent. How fares the hunt? Great Bugfera is dead. Cheers to you, Maid Fumo. You're a mighty hunter indeed. You have those crystals? Those will work fine. Just a moment, please. Krasik thrusts the stones into a cooking pot and wiggles them around a bit. All fixed. So this pot is fixed. I even added an extra steam whistle and look. There's a new chopper at the bottom that'll cut through leg bones. Yes, Krasik's crockpot is a 100 cook pleaser. I'm sure its owner will be satisfied. Good that I did not read that word wrong. Wait, didn't I have just the same stuff I could have picked from? My equipment is all ready to go, Maid Fumo. I just need those skins. We don't want to keep Riddlevox waiting, that's for sure. And it's not a good idea for anyone to keep the chief inventor of the Tinkers Union unsatisfied. These skins should do. Their quality isn't too important, given that they'll make up the inside layer of the boots, but it's still important that they are comfortable. If they are a bit too rigid, I'll use some tiger blood to soften it up. Tricks are the trade, you know? Well, I've got the basic shape and of the boots worked out and they are coming along fine. But the skins you brought aren't going to be quite enough for the inner layers. What are we going to do, Drizzlick? No doubt the question on your lips. And well, isn't it lucky you're talking to Drizzlick, because he's going to tell you what we're going to do. The inner layers will never really be seen, so we'll just get some of the thicker, cheaper skins from the crocs around Lake Nosferati to fill the boots out. Salt? A small vial of salt. You have what we need. Are you ready to activate the altar of Naya's, mate Fumo? The salt you brought was sufficient to activate the Bracer's innate enchantments. I have taken these enchantments and combined them into a summoning token. A gift, if you will. Return to the Isle of Naya's and place the gift of on Naya's altar. Call me again once you have Naya's heart. Mate Fumo, you're a hunter worthy of our company. From the battlefields of Lordran to the deepest jungle, I have rarely witnessed such prowess with weaponry as you have demonstrated. You have killed the ferocious Sindal, the elusive Bakfera, and the treacherous Tethys. But the true prize is the head of King Bangalash. The white tiger is the reason I am here. Yet still, he taunts me from his roost to the south. Kill King Bangalash and your hunting prowess is proven to be second to none. He is the deadliest thing in this jungle, other than you. I got some new stuff. Let's see how that fares. Not really well. Ooh, lots of stuff there. Where are Crocs?
I need to target something first.
Can't you make it a 100% drop chance? I mean, we even need only low quality Croc leather. And these Crocs look like they have a lot of leather on their body. Shouldn't really be difficult to get leather from them. Or not leather, but the skin. It's just someone floating around.
Too far away. I do not have a target. I need to target something first.
Wrong Croc. Right Croc. That Croc didn't drop anything.
I must get closer.
Very disappointed by these Crocs. And not really working well with us.
I cannot attack that.
Come on, give me the last skin I need.
I require a target.
Ah. Hate when that happens.
I do not have a target.
Yes. Now time to hunt Bangalash. Or King Bangalash. We don't want to be rude to a king. Need to call him by his title. Yeah, he could summon other tigers. Fortunately, that tiger came too late. Summon Nayas. Who challenges Nayas? Puny Draenei, you're a little better than those mindless trolls I have played against each other, like so many pieces on a game board. Do I have that easy to summon thing? No, it doesn't look like it. Well, let's get back to him at Nessingwari's camp, then hand in some quests at the rebel camp. Looks like it's a Zeppelin. Don't land on it. Yeah, that definitely is a Goblin Zeppelin. What's that thing doing there? See you back, lass. King Bangladesh has caused me to come crawling back to camp many times. Hang in there. Bloody well done, Raito. Congratulations, mate Fumo, for succeeding where others have failed. I'm honored to count you as a comrade of our great hunting party here. No one will ever doubt your expertise in hunting and tracking. Cheers to you, I say. Cheers. And there. Drizzlik. Drizzlik's Excelsior leather boots, finest workmanship, 100% high quality saltwater crocodile skin boots. None finer. Can't beat a glowing description like that, can you? Except maybe if you have those skins for me. My boots, they're like sausages made Fumo. Look great, taste great. I tell you, they are filled with nothing but the finest ingredients and meats, and you eat it and you love it. It's safer and more enjoyable if you just trust me and don't ask too carefully what's really inside. That sausage metaphor for this was probably the best one I've ever heard. With the inside finished, all that's left is to add the outer layer. For this I use only the best Elder Croc skins. They're more durable and a better canvas, if you will, for adding the designs and accents that make Drizzlik's Excelsior line. It's hard to find that perfect skin though. The only one that fits my plan, the skin of an elder snapjaw crocolisk. Find them to the south near the border with the cape. Okay, we're gonna do that real quick. Here I can understand that it might need some time to find the perfect skin. It makes sense that we need to defeat a few before we find something nice. I read somewhere that the Elder Crocolisks are slowly dying out. Bad news for my business, isn't it? Anyways, I hope you have that Elder Snapjaw Crocolisk skin for me. Great. Thanks to your help, I'll have this order filled and sent off to Director Riddlevox on the next boat to Undermine. Ahead of schedule even. For all your hard work here, I made some extras, so take a pair. It's on Drizzlik. And remember, there's no boot so fine as one of Drizzlik's Excelsior line. Where are my boots? Didn't even give me boots. Did you make it down to Balal Ruins yet? Did you find the tablet? Collection of ancient troll tales and legends. To be honest, I'm sending this information home to Stormwind for my wife and son. They love to hear about what I've been doing out here in the jungle, and I only get to visit so often. Every little bit helps. Thank you, mate Fumo. Hello, mate Fumo. Did the goblin Krezak fix my pot? Fixed. This is great. Now I can get dinner started. Thanks so much, mate Fumo. I hope Krezak didn't give you too much trouble. Do you have here? A young raptor and a pet Draenei? Ha! More importantly, what is that skull you have there? This was no ordinary troll, he was big. Osborne raps on the head case. And strong too, you know, I've been meaning to try my hand at some troll magic. How hard could it be? Let's use this strong fellow as a test subject, shall we? Osborne looks at the skull again. In life he was strong, powerful, a lord among trolls. With our help he can be a lord once more. The blood-scalp scavengers that wander the ruins to the southwest hold magical fetishes that can help us. They hide these artifacts under the ground. Use your hatchling to find these artifacts, mate Fumo. Then bring them here. I eagerly await the results. The heart shimmers with the volatile energy of a powerful elemental.
Safe travels.
Colleagues within the Karen Tor will be happy to learn that the heart is ours. Thank you for your assistance, mate Fumo. I couldn't have done it without you.
See you later.
Let's see. That is better. That is better. And that is actually not better. Beware, they might put up a fight. An unusual looking totem carved with ancient runic inscriptions. Baron studies the inscriptions on the totem. I think I can read this text. Fascinating. Tsukalu, Mahamba, Pogeyan. What are these names? I at least know Pogeyan because we defeated that large cat who was called Pogeyan, the spirit of fire, so these may be other spirits. Ah, these must be names of their totemic creatures, the animals that they attribute to the spirits. Let's see. Mahamba as water, Tsukalu as earth, Pogeyan as air, fire? I can't make this part out. I'd like some more information on these spirits of theirs. The Blood Scalp have a camp close to here. The Kashi ruins. Maybe you can find some details there. Mold my little raptor and gather what I need.
I require a target.
There we go, first fetish found. There we go, first fetish found. Sounds like a narration for puberty.
I am out of range. I need to target something first.
Imagine starting puberty and you're browsing through porn as pretty much 95% of all humans in puberty do. And at some point you just hear a weird voice say, "There we go, first fetish acquired."
I must get closer. I cannot attack that. I am out of range. I need to target something first.
My little one anyway. A bit lost. that you went in there. And that's the last one. Time to go back. What did you find? Blood Scalp item of power. These will provide a bit of, what's the troll word? Voodoo? Juju? Tiklabang? Doesn't matter. If we're going to rebuild a troll, we need troll magic, and these fetishes are full of it. Soul is ready, but the body is not. For skull as well formed, as marvelous, as beautiful as this, we will need a suitable body. The chief of the Bloodscalps, Ganzula, won his throne with brute force. He still lives, you'll find him in Zulkunda to the west. Taking his body won't be easy, but nothing a sturdy warrior like yourself couldn't handle. Bring it back here when you're done. Just look at that musculature. Likely that these totemic creatures are based on some of the fantastic creatures that roam this jungle. Akinop Mahamba, a small leather doll in the shape of a crocodile. A small, vaguely ape-shaped statue. Or a trinket made to look like a cat. First you saved me from the madman's jail cell, and now you bring me some keys to understanding trollish shamanism. This is turning out to be a pretty good week. Thank you again, Mate Fumo. I will see to it that you have the support of the Wildhammer clan as you continue on your journeys. Okay, I think my gear is also not getting stronger that I get here. I understand you may be headed to the Zulkunda soon. While you are there, I have a small task for you. The trolls are outgrowing Stranglethorn, the Bloodscarp in the west, the Skull splitters in the east. They pour out of their ruins and into the jungle, disrupting the natural balance of the region. It is time we restore that balance. Zulkunda is the Bloodscarp capital. Inside you will find the most high-ranking Bloodscarps. Reduce their numbers, then return to me.
I need to target something first.
Okay, that was easy.
I must get closer. Too far away. I am out of range.
Oh, that's an enemy for a different quest.
Too far away.
Just wanted to get some, but didn't really work out. Ooh.
I need to target something first.
I only need scouts from now on. That's one. Now everyone, after hearing that so many times, give me your best troll death. Troll death sound. Good old
Need assistance?
Ganzula was a brute and a tyrant. I've got a feeling that this troll will be different. This troll magic is easier than I thought it would be. Ganzula's body, it's pretty heavy. We've done well, Draenei. We have a head, a body and some juju voodoo mojo nonsense. Now just a little shock of electricity to get things started and... Explosion. Bloodlord Mandokir. I'm really not sure it's good to revive someone who is called Bloodlord. Lightforged Draenei, you just resurrected your worst nightmare. You didn't think I was a friend, did you, Draenei? Ha 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 ha. You served your purpose. I've returned to the realm of the living, and it's all thanks to you. So instead of killing you, I'm going to make you a deal instead. Give me that raptor. You must already know that she's no normal raptor, and I need a replacement for Ogan. Do it, or both you and the gnome will taste my rage. Do something. All I ask is the raptor, Draenei. Give it to me, and the gnome lives. I'm glad to see you've come to your senses. Come and visit us in Zul'Gurub sometime, Draenei. I'll be watching. Thank you, Mate Fumo. I know you didn't have to save my life. The return of Bloodlord Mandokir's ill news. He was killed inside Zul'Gurub several years ago. We thought we had seen the last of him and his kind. The trolls of Zul'Gurub were attempting to perform a hideous, horrible ritual. If Mandokir is alive, then it stands to reason that he is not the only one. The explorers at Fort Livingston, far to the south, may know more. Speak with their priestess.
Hello.
Balance is restored for now. We may call on you again in the future, Mate Fumo.
See you around.
Okay, the next quest would lead us here to Fort Livingston, which would then be the last part of Stranglethorn Vale North. But I think I'll call it a night for today. Also, I really need to think of doing something else with Mate Fumo, because as you can see, we have done all these quests and we didn't even manage to level up one level. So we could maybe say that each area or each zone would give us 1.5 to 2 levels from quests alone, maybe. That wouldn't really work well for leveling Mate Fumo. Thanks for hanging out as always, Fumo. Battle Fumo is thirsty for EXP. You mean Mate Fumo? Anyway, next stream will be tomorrow. Again with a start of Limbus Company for an hour or so. And then return to the destroyed Earth with Eve and Stellar Blade. It will, as always, be quite fun. Ah. Yeah, back then I really found the perfect name for this Lightforged Draenei warrior. Anyway, have a good night, a day, everyone, and see you tomorrow. Bye bye.